121, 1, 121. 7, 7, 8, 7, 8 test. 7, 8 test, dobra.
Raz. Dzień dobry Państwu. Myślę, że już możemy zacząć pomalutku nasz panel plenarny. Zapraszam panów prelegentów. Sobie tutaj panowie zasiądźcie. Chciałabym przedstawić zacne grono dzisiejszych prelegentów. Pan profesor Jacek Regina-Zacharski, profesor Uniwersytetu Łódzkiego. Serdecznie witamy. Pan profesor Wojciech Nowak, Politechnika Rzeszowska. Witamy serdecznie. I pan doktor Marcin Marszałek, Rzeszowska Szkoła Wyższa w Rzeszowie. Witam serdecznie. Mamy troszkę więcej czasu, bo mamy tylko aż 2, nie liczy się ilość, tylko jakość. Zaczynamy. Panie profesorze, bardzo ciekawy temat. Metale ziem rzadkich we współczesnej geopolityce energii. Bardzo proszę. The floor is yours.
Dziękuję bardzo. O, teraz wyśmienicie. Dziękuję bardzo pani profesor. Ja zacznę od tego, że pogratuluję oczywiście uczestnikom również, ale przede wszystkim organizatorom. Tradycyjnie chyba po raz 9, a być może 8 podziękuję również za zaproszenie. To naprawdę zaszczyt i przyjemność być w tym zacnym miejscu, zacnym gronie i uczestniczyć w tej jakże zacnej i wartościowej zacnym i wartościowym wydarzeniu. Szanowni Państwo, ja oszczędzę Państwu prezentacji, chociaż ją sobie przygotowałem, ale myślę, że odejdziemy od zasady takiej, którą kiedyś od pewnego uroczego żołnierza słyszałem komentarz taki: Amerykanie mają West Point, my mamy PowerPoint, w związku z czym może zrezygnuję z tego rozwiązania. Szanowni Państwo, w tytule, który sobie jakoś tam wymyśliłem, a pani profesor przywołała ten tytuł, pojawia się kilka słów, co do których zgodnie z taką tradycją akademicką trzeba by je na początku wyjaśnić. Ja to zrobię bardzo szybciutko, bo myślę, że to nam ustawi jakoś dalsze myślenie. Zacznijmy od metali ziem rzadkich, proszę Państwa. No tu wydaje się kategoria wręcz oczywista, ale ona w istocie w debacie publicznej czy w dyskursie, nawet międzynarodowym, wcale taka oczywista nie jest. Grupa metali ziem rzadkich, czyli tego, co przywykliśmy określać jako metale ziem rzadkich, czy właściwie pierwiastki ziem rzadkich, jest stosunkowo wąska, ponieważ to jest 17 pierwiastków, 15 to są lantanowce, i 2 pozostałe należą do innej grupy, w związku z czym tutaj powiedziałbym tak, że obszar jest i zdefiniowany, i stosunkowo wąski i zamknięty. Natomiast dosyć często omyłkowo wrzuca się również do tej grupy w sposób zupełnie nieuprawniony. No niech będzie surowce krytyczne, czy surowce o szczególnym strategicznym znaczeniu. Tutaj określenia są różne. No chociażby przede wszystkim nikiel, tam się pojawia chociażby kobalt, który też nie jest metalem ziem rzadkim. Pojawia się grafit i tak dalej, i tak dalej. W związku z czym uściślijmy, że będziemy jednak mimo wszystko rozmawiać, chociaż z perspektywy tracić nie należy, metali o szczególnym znaczeniu, czy pierwiastków o szczególnym znaczeniu, ale raczej będę się koncentrował na właśnie tej grupie 17 pierwiastków. Zatem tyle metale ziem rzadkich. Geopolityka energii. To znowu 2 zdania wyjaśnienia, proszę Państwa, bo termin brzmi poważnie i myślę, że to jest taka dobra cecha nauki, żeby w tytule pojawiało się coś, co jest takim gwoździem, na którym kawał narracji można powiesić, w związku z czym ta geopolityka energii, proszę Państwa, to jest termin, który został upowszechniony stosunkowo niedawno. Wydaje mi się, że dobrze będzie wskazać jakąś okolicę 2015 roku. dlatego że wcześniej oczywiście królowała definicja bezpieczeństwa energetycznego proponowana i rozprzestrzeniona chociażby przez Międzynarodową Agencję Energii, która z grubsza się sprowadzała do tego, że bezpieczeństwo energetyczne jest
that it is a function of providing appropriate satisfactory supply of energy raw materials at acceptable, of course in a constant way, continuous way, at satisfactory and acceptable prices. Whereas in 2015, in very interesting work, well, this term then appeared quite often, again, well, take in Foreign Affairs, a series of very interesting articles. Madam Megan O'Sullivan proposed a completely different approach to energy security and proposed introducing or using a term being geopolitics of energy. Here we should refer to geopolitics. I do not take up defining what geopolitics is. I propose, ladies and gentlemen, to take the working definition, slightly poetic, title of a book by Leszek Moczulski, The Power in Time and Space. Well, it is in rivalry. In that much of an introduction, Professor did not kindly mention how much time is available for me. Well, good. So, honorable ladies and gentlemen, let us start from the fact that rare earth metals, although they are in general debate, are not so trendy and present in international debate and in professional debate, like nickel at a certain stage, graphite and graphene, derivative of it. Well, of course, graphene is in use, but with this revolution, it is not quite successful with the graphene revolution. And therefore, they are less present in debate, but they are omnipresent in our life and are functioning. And, well, it is quite right that they are a condition of sine qua non condition of both technological leaps and simple evolutionary development, technological development, and thus economic as well. Practically, we can boldly assume that one cannot imagine any development of any new technology without advancement. Therefore, let us perhaps describe where they are. They are, well, at least in every smartphone. Without rare earth metals, smartphone would simply not exist. Well, such setups appeared in relation to the first iPhones, which already have a piece of history. And further, ladies and gentlemen, here for some time in Rzeszów, in these conferences, electromobility appears as a topic. Several years ago, when electric cars were arriving, it was calculated that in one electrical car, it was some 5-6 years ago, perhaps a little bit more, significant role was played by rare earth metals, presence of which in various systems of electric car could come up to a few or over a dozen kilograms, which due to concentration of rare earth metals is quite a mass. Therefore, at least here, well, separate, although naturally rooted and very strongly present in the subject of rare earth metals or elements is a question of solid magnets. Solid magnets are, first of all, neodyme magnets. They are also omnipresent. These are all kinds of engines based on technology of charges and electromagnetic field. Well, enough to say that all, well, gearless systems, at least wind turbines, are not possible to be done without rare earth metals, first of all, neodyme. But here it's worth also mentioning hydrogen appears quite often. Hydrogen cells of high capacity. It is gallium and germanium. They are also necessary. Therefore, actually, rare earth metals are everywhere. They are omnipresent. Therefore, wrapping up this theme of presence or necessity of rare earth metals elements, I think we can structure it in three groups. The first group will be utility electronics and at least mobile phones mentioned here, but also laptops, tablets, and all kinds of electronic equipment. Well, actually, slightly more advanced systems and subsystems of calculation in digital technologies, they are also without rare earth metals, which provide speed and low temperatures of heating those systems and so on and so forth. They are necessary. Many authors point at the fact that introducing to the power grid sources which are unstable, which actually can, thanks to the person I talked to in the evening, but he will not raise his eyes. Well, thank you for reminding me that element yesterday. Well, please note that this instability requires improbably great calculation capacity, because it all has to be calculated and designed for quick modeling of network stability. So also in this sector, metals of rare earth are significant. And displays, I don't know if any of you have been inside a military armored vehicle. Well, you don't look through a slit in the armor, but everything is on displays. There are consoles, and operation is based on modern technologies using rare earth metals. And defense industry, arms industry, I referred to it a little bit. It's worth noting, sorry for tourism, but it will be more visible and sometimes heard in Rzeszów. Not far away from here, there is war where, let's say, use of rocket sector is quite well advanced, and one cannot imagine operation of modern, well, maybe you can imagine, but contemporary systems of radio location, rocket systems, and so on and so forth, they are also very widely taking from this resource of rare earths. But in the context of war in Ukraine, we hear about drone revolution. Drones are also rare earth metals, both in vision technologies, but also in all other ones. Please note that in category of sensation, information appear of using elements of white goods also for generation here. Well, Ukrainian part is quite active in making a special double application of white goods and renewable energy sources, which I have mentioned. Well, what is the problem? The problem is based on the fact that today's data do not leave any doubt regarding, well, let it be a very dangerous shift of stress in production, control, transfer, technologies of processing, but not only. It is here we can see improbable domination of Chinese People's Republic. Still a few years ago, it was said that China controls between 60 and 80% of production and processing. Here we talk of oxides as well, but this is, let's say, the vast whole lot of the phenomenon. They control thus close to 80% of market trading rare earth metals. Today, actually, such statistics appear, or setups, which point at greater figure than, or not figure, but percentage above 90. I came across a setup showing that it was 94% of control. Therefore, China as a dominating producer and supplier, ladies and gentlemen, It is a thing which should not be overlooked. Is this a new situation? I would say no, because in the 1990s, Chinese leaders were saying the world has oil and China has rare earth metals. So this offensive started later, but awareness of the Chinese potential in rare earth metals is, well, a couple dozen years old. It was not alarm bells, it was huge bells of alarm. They appeared recently, well, 15 years ago, around 2010. Japan actually was affected very strongly by effect of use, let's call it, of weapon, because it is a weapon. China, here it was about certain territorial dispute. Let's avoid going into detail. So China reached for a tool of blocking deliveries to Japan. Japan got a terrible hiccup regarding operation of the whole branches of industry related to modern technologies, and therefore, well, it is not, ladies and gentlemen, thought up. We had a military training ground of a kind. Is China using this tool? Yes, it is permanent control and steering. So what are the problems? The basic problem is availability of rare earth metals. A certain problem is why are they called rare earth metals? Yeah, well, they occur or almost not occur because it's say lanthanum is more in the earth's crust, more than silver, so it is not especially rare element. But the main problem is a question of extracting it, excavating it, because they are firstly largely dispersed, so it's hard to imagine. Of course, there are certain basins which operate, or unfortunately in some places they stopped operating, which I'll talk of in a moment, but they are not in free state. They are rather difficult to be obtained from the compound structures, therefore actually putting them to elements, but also Africa, because we have to admit that rare earth metals, elements, apart from China, they are present in Africa. Australia is quite a significant producer, and so on and so forth. And here in South America, here we also have areas which have been identified by also Europe. Today, most often we hear about Sweden, Scandinavia in general, but it's worth mentioning the French, who in obtaining rare earth metals had quite a long history. One of the significant basins was Molten Pass Basin, quite an interesting story, which I will refer to very briefly, of course, but it's also Canada and so on and so forth. Well, Greenland, at least, it is a very interesting example, although regarding Greenland, it seems to be more related to nickel. I mentioned the La Rochelle and Mountain Pass, the American one. The latter is a more significant example because those deposits were exploited, have been exploited for quite a long time, and culmination of excavation was the 1990s, and then processing, because it is significant. Well, technologies of obtaining rare earth metals in pure form, they are improbably toxic. In some technologies, because there are quite a lot of them, flushing is used, flushing with large amounts of especially brine, salt water, which actually flushes out toxic radioactive properties. Thus, devastation, degeneration of environment is huge, and as a result of this, French basin in La Rochelle, or near La Rochelle, was closed down for a long time as a basin for 3 or 4 years. Molten Pass is again working, excavating, but not processing, because environmental processes make it impossible to process the excavated material. Therefore, the Americans are implementing quite an interesting technology. They excavate it, send it outside the US, partly to South America, and in a great proportion to China as well. Well, the semi-product excavated, sent to place where it is refined, and as a finished product, it is returned to the US. So it's hard to say that the economic calculation somehow, of course, it comes to balance, but it is not so very obvious. Well, to the conclusion, okay, so still a few, 2-3 sentences, ladies and gentlemen. It seems that recycling of rare earth metals can be some solution. Here, a leading entity technologically is undoubtedly Japan. Japanese from 1980s have elaborated or were working on quite special, let's say, technologies of recycling of rare earth metals, and they have such technologies available, but so far they are not market of value. They are extremely expensive. So rare earth metals, usually in technological use, are in alloys. And in order to, let's say, create target alloys, you have to have them in pure form. Therefore, this recycling is multi-level and incredibly expensive. What is important, still 2 more sentences, because being here in Rzeszów, we cannot avoid referring to the war. I am actually dealing the war with the war, and it's a game changer. And yesterday I heard, quite interestingly, at some panels, a comment that the war is changing the world or the global system. It is worth mentioning it from a different area, but it's worth remembering that in the optics of China and Russia, there is, or we have to note, slightly different perspective, which actually overturns quite strongly the whole implications showing up, because in our culture, strategic culture, we got used to the fact, or we are somehow rooted in this way of looking, that war is uprooting the international system. The Chinese and Russians perceive it completely different, because they define the following situation. International system already does not exist. This is why the war broke out. The war did not break out to destroy the system. So is this war influencing? Yes, it is, not directly, because the Ukrainian party is even showing geological reports showing that in Ukraine there are quite a lot of rare earth metals or elements, but the main problem is based on obvious complication. I mean, breaking the chains of collection. So logistics is actually crippled in many places, and supply of rare earth metals are actually subject to negative influence. And this special, as I mentioned, and very brutal rivalry, I think Robert Kagan wrote, well, it was the second book translated into Poland, Return of History and Loss of Dreams. We are living in increasing rivalry in period, so it's difficult to imagine such a sensitive area like distribution, trade, and first of all, access to, it's not subject to rivalry. Good. So at the end, please ask me about Europe, finally. Good. Thank you very much. So we are talking of mining outside the globe, the Earth. I do count upon discussion. Mr. Professor Wojciech Nowak.
Energetyka wodorowa i
hydrogen-based energy, and professor has a presentation, I guess. So.
Zanim jednak to się stanie. O, już jest.
Before it happens, I would like to thank the organizers for having invited me, and different from my predecessor, I am here for the first time. And generally, I am a traditionalist, and I like presentation, so generally my lecture will be slightly away from the topic, the subject, but I will be talking of material challenges, because I am a material engineering specialist, and I'm talking of material challenges in hydrogen energy, in hydrogen power system. Energy transformation. Why energy transformation? Because there are two reasons. We need to reduce emission of greenhouse gases, as well as it would be worthwhile. We have to cut away or reduce demand for fossil fuels, especially those from Russia. If we take into account energy sources in Europe, we can see that most of them come from renewable sources. Small portion of them are sources coming from hard coal, lignite, crude oil or natural gas. Whereas taking in Poland into account, we are among very few countries in Europe where energy from lignite and hard coal is dominating. In details, in Poland, energy originated from fossil fuels comes from combustion of hard coal, lignite, to small extent crude oil and natural gas, but already a strongly developing trend is a trend of obtaining energy from renewable sources. And in those renewable sources, we include wind, water energy, that from biofuels, biomass, solar energy, and others. In Poland, this other sector actually covers 0.5%. And where shall we place hydrogen energy? In that other element, in that other section. Well, unfortunately, the remote control stopped working. Sorry. Why hydrogen? Why do we classify hydrogen as energy from renewable sources? Because hydrogen mainly comes from electrolysis of water. We treat it with some source of energy, and well, actually we convert water into hydrogen, which is storage of energy, which we will later use. And after having used up hydrogen, actually it is converted into water. This happens within 7 days or a bit more. Therefore, we classify it as renewable energy. Hydrogen has lots of applications. It can be used in various ways. I will here discuss only a small portion of it, namely use of hydrogen as fuel to be combusted in gas turbines. Whereas in order to introduce where from material problems come, I wanted to show you how the gas turbine is working. Through the compressor, air is compressed and pushed into the combustion chamber. Apart from it, fuel is driven there, be it in liquid or gas form. And in case of hydrogen turbines, this fuel is either enriched with hydrogen, or as a target, it will be using pure hydrogen. And that fuel is combusted, pressure is going up. That pressure, growing pressure, increases the speed of flowing gases. They drive a turbine, and as the turbine is connected to the compressor, so the process is self-driving itself. And what problems here? This shaft is connected to electrical current generator. So what problems do we face? Firstly, in the turbine, we have very high temperature and unfavorable, harmful flue gases in the atmosphere. Good. And here we can see only this rotating part, the rotor with a part of compressor and part of gas turbine. And what materials do we use? In the coolest parts, we use superalloys. In the parts where we have higher temperature, we use metallic protection surfaces, and whereas the highest and most harmful atmosphere and highest temperature, we use surface thermobarrier coatings. Whereas if we apply superalloys, this is an example of commercial superalloy, René 80. In the atmosphere of air, every metal is actually covering itself with oxide surface, and in this case René 80 is a chromoformer. It forms a protective oxide mainly based on Cr2O3. If we apply protection surfaces, please note that this layer is much thinner and much more protective because heat-resistant layers are formed so that they form Al2O3, which is best known protective oxide. And here we can see an example of application of such a protective layer on René 80 alloy. Already after 100 hours we can see difference. Actually, this protective surface on superalloys on the right-hand side of the drawing is much thicker than in the protection coating layer, and in turn the sense of using those protective layers is displayed here. After 2,000 hours, René 80 material lost about 0.5 millimeter of thickness. If we applied it longer in the gas turbine, after about half a year, our blade would simply cease existing. Whereas the heat barriers on the surface are actually developed systems on the left-hand side by adding ceramic layer, which is aimed at reducing temperature gradient in gas turbine applications. But like every material, it is also subject to degradation due to thermal shocks and differences in linear heat expansion indices, and those coatings degrade due to fractures which occur. Well, the examples I showed you, the problems arose in simulating atmosphere, so in the atmosphere of air, simplest atmosphere you can imagine. But what will happen if we apply hydrogen for generation of energy for gas turbines? Firstly, condensation of steam will increase in atmosphere, and here we can see the whole range of negative effects related to steam. Regarding nickel superalloys, those forming chromium oxide. Chromium oxide reacting with steam will start forming volatile products of the reaction. According to depending on temperature and atmosphere, according to one of these three reactions, which you will see in a moment. This has been described, for example, by Elizabeth O'Keefe in her article. And regarding the heat resistance layers, which, as I showed you earlier, work perfectly well in simple atmospheres, but it was enough to simulate an atmosphere present on the one hand in oxide hydrogen cells, and we have oxygen. In oxygen, those protection layers form a protective layer, and nothing is happening, wrong is happening. If we add steam, hydrogen blister mix effect appears due to small atom radius. It perfectly penetrates through metallic materials, and what's more, it can form gaseous form of hydrogen, which actually appears in the form of bubbles, as you can see in the picture. Regarding surface heat barriers, if for heat barriers, on heat barriers we put a droplet of water, then from 30 to 31 seconds, all ceramics will drop off because gaseous products of reaction are formed. Next challenge in hydrogen fuels is increase of temperature inside the turbine, and material solutions used so far, surface heat barriers, allow for temperatures of about 1200 degrees centigrade. In hydrogen-driven turbines, temperature can reach 1500 degrees, which is close to melting temperature of some alloys. So, what should we do? We should either find new materials or new coatings, or we should find some other solutions. So here is a lot of work for material engineers to do. Next challenge which we find for application of materials in hydrogen energy sector is research infrastructure, where and how to study new materials. All the cases I presented here regarding working in steam have been achieved by experiments done in atmosphere in simple laboratory furnaces and with atmosphere enriched with steam, but nobody knows how the materials would be behaving in real atmosphere of hydrogen flue gases. So I wanted to present to you here a newly established hydrogen laboratory established here at Rzeszów University of Technology. This stand will allow us to study new material solutions in real flue gases from hydrogen combustion, even up to 50% volume-wise of hydrogen, and as a target, pure hydrogen as well. And thus here I would like to thank you for your kind attention, and I hope for discussion. Sorry, I can translate only what the lady says with a microphone. So far, she's talking without a microphone. I can see her lips moving, but I don't hear a word. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for invitation. Well, time is pressing on us, so I will do my best to present to you those elements I would like to convey to you. The energy transformation, which has always been in the background ground for at least 10 years has been discussed. It's speeded up very much since 2022, after the unprovoked invasion of Russia on Ukraine. And since then, I think, well, I've been involved in the power sector for 24 years, professionally and also scientifically. But professionally, first of all, it released new tendencies and it allowed to multiply involvement in realization of those directions. Social acceptance grew to transformation of energy to get it independent from external factors. And secondly, acceptance increased for investing in technologies related to lower emissions. It's not only about CO2, it's about certain environmental costs related to natural environment and surrounding of human beings, so human health, which we all notice certain diseases do not appear identically in all parts of the country, and people are more and more aware of it. The factor which opened up further possibilities of change is the EU resolution of October 2022, when member states were allowed to interfere in the market of energy, in order to prevent high prices. On the one hand, subsidies were allowed, and on the other hand, it enabled charging those who got too high profits in order to bear costs of this transformation. And this factor of this resolution showed how various support systems went apart in member states, which displayed two phenomena. Every country has a bit different technology and bears source costs, basic costs related to maintenance of this technology and supply of original sources. So on the entry point, you can apply various places, and depending on what funds you had, whether from the budget, some countries could allow more, others less. So this actually differentiated market of energy in EU countries quite strongly. Those who accumulated greater resources could support the market. I don't know how when €1 billion was actually allocated to support energy-consuming industries, and other countries responded to this phenomenon a few months delay, so which also create a market disproportion in prices of products generated. We watch this, and as a result of these processes, which we have watched, we can see that those phenomena released further action in the areas of generation, transport, and sales of energy carriers. Regarding gas fuels, this situation seems to be in Poland relatively well managed. These networks are developed, supply is in place, fuel will not run short in supply, and the question pressing on price, everybody are working on it. So this is happening much more. It seems to be done in electrical power generation, because we generate quite a lot of energy from fossil fuels, emissive fuels, but we cannot show ourselves in the worst light. But when we look not at relative, but our Western neighbors generate twice more energy from coal. We also see those phenomena. I know that, converting this, a German household uses fourfold more than Polish one, but this problem is, in Polish conditions, we decided to support coal-fueled power plants. This market is ending, and for a few years we are going to bear its costs. We have 8 power plants with subcritical, when ordinary sources cannot operate. There are such periods we are approaching the winter periods where the phenomena can happen. So without coal units, we cannot cope with the situation. So some model of work on power system will, I guess, be organized. It's not a problem of Poland. Let's look at neighbors who are also dependent on coal and who also think on how to support with power, because energy is not only goods but capacity to deliver it, so-called so-called market of power. You can obtain this energy by pressing a button only. Well, it is not quite possible, and influence on prices is imperfect, but well, it will need being managed, and costs of operation of coal-fueled power plants are growing, and they are being pushed out by renewable energy sources, but those do not guarantee. And see, another challenge which evidently points at the right direction of so switching over to gas and maintaining those coal sources, but the cost of maintaining them will not be drastically high anyway in final settlement of accounts for or the balance of market. So we can say that power sector is taken care of, but it's worth with district heating. We know that 60% of fuels is fossil fuels, and the other parts are energy generation and transport. What we have about 400 power plants using fossil fuels. So the CHPs are a certain characteristic feature for Central or Eastern Europe. This results from models assumed in the 20th century. So in the west of Europe, they follow what they have, and they decided to use electrical energy for heat generation. So everybody can be producing heat at home from electrical energy. In our domestic condition, the decision was made to build CHPs and heat distribution networks. We have what we have, and one needs to be able to manage it. So multi-generation and generation at least, and utilizing several sources at once. So even if ETS2 is introduced, it's in respect of a few nearest years, we have to stay with coal due to energy security. But we have to fill in the gap also by using gas and, first of all, electrical energy from renewable sources, skillfully using the resources, especially around power peak, which we know happens, and this energy is redistributed. We lose it, and in vast amounts. If we look at the energy sources which can produce almost so much energy which we consume annually, unfortunately, we do not have where to accumulate it. And here, a deep bow towards technical universities for work on various storage possibilities, be it electrical energy electrolyzers, to try and reach for some form of commercializing it, because generators of energy from renewable sources are looking for a storage possibility to survive redistribution, and they need those quantities already right away. And there is a need to look for a quick path of cooperation between academia and industry to use this before finished ready-made solutions come from abroad. And all this, what we managed to obtain, the whole material engineering, which is close to my heart. Yes, I got admitted to material engineering I chose law, but I still keep my interest in the power sector. I guess you hear a little bit of it. So these are phenomena close to my heart, and this commercialization must speed up. How? Well, scientists know how to copy examples from the West, how to try and obtain this knowledge. So generation and district heating. In other areas are, of course, distribution and transfer. At the level of transfer, we know that we will be generating in the north, and this energy will have to be transported to the south for industry, certain zones for industry which will be cheaper. But will industry be interested due to network of connections and delivery chains? We don't know quite fully, and vast money will be spent here on construction, as we may guess, of one or two constant current networks, but it is cost of at least 30, if not 60 billion, if we compare the fact that the costs will keep growing and work at the level of good. I'm trying to say possibly most to give a chance for questions further on. So further piece of work is OSD. Networks are quite well organized, but they aren't adapted to receiving distributed energy. Sometimes we hear of energy engineers who switch off voltage because if they full range of it, the system would be switched off. So a certain idea is aggregation of generation sources at the level of some market aggregator. We hear of some Australian examples. Prosumers may organize themselves and exchange this energy among themselves. Here we will not have this strong regulation of the sector because it's hard to answer this question, what actually steps will be finally chosen, but the sector dealing in trade, in turning over very strongly, but prosumers are less regulated and they entering the market could disturb lots of long-term contracts which those companies have already protected themselves with from high prices, and now complex questions of commercial element and need discussing how to cope with expectations of certain markets, a new order of trading energy. This at the level of network and the level of trading company. And the situation is good. Since July, we have the possibility of contracts in dynamic 15-minute intervals, so you can be buying energy at various prices, and especially if somebody can manage this risk and can skillfully use certain swings of prices. It is not fully addressed to majority of households, but to micro entrepreneurs or small ones who could be aggregated in order for the aggregator to skillfully manage the market of energy in stock conditions. Well, definitely. Yes, regarding the whole lot of portfolio, we hear of examples of company who tried to base on the exchange only, and it was a failure. Market cannot be organized, at least when demand is dealing with production by micro and small entrepreneurs. Clearly, yes, and other regulation which is related to heat generators, and I would like to return to them. This is the obligation from August of this year to purchase renewable energy sources from heat generators if they are available locally and have appropriate price, and this price will be regularly indexed by cost. And the objective of regulation by Minister of Climate is use of local sources of heat. And here, apart from panels and heat pumps here in Poland, we have quite a lot of geothermal waters which are not utilized. And we may say that if we developed this search for energy, for heat sources, this kind of industry could be an export industry from Poland to other countries. I think there is a lot to be done here, and the potential is giant to redirect the stream of work of technicians onto those sources. And again, questions related to generation, with trading energy. It is related here to certain obligations imposed on sellers recently. Firstly, CIRE, participation in the obligatory market of information of operators, agreements regarding measurement, so that every producer can direct the offer to those who think that their offer will be interesting, and the obligation to send information to president of URE. So he is aggregator of a consumer who would like to find a cheaper supplier doesn't need to browse through a couple dozen companies. In one place they will find the offer information. This should make the market move. And a question related to just transformation and related to energy justice, but if time allows, thank you. Thank you very much for a very interesting kind of considerations. The conclusion is one, there are more of us now, and we need more and more, and this is related to huge costs, challenges. I'll take the opportunity to ask everybody from our honorable speakers
o te właśnie najważniejsze
About
kwestie.
those most important questions, professor who is dealing with conflicts, well, I also use those publications. I run courses about international conflicts. So I would like to ask whether access to rare earth metals will result in new conflicts internationally. What challenges you see here, Professor? And for Professor Wojciech Nowak, I would like to ask you about prospects and directions of development of materials for hydrogen in power sector. It is a huge challenge for Poland, for Europe, also in the context of transformation requirements. And you, Mr. Doctor, I would like to ask you about social economic costs of implementation of these new technologies in the power sector. So I would kindly ask you, and of course we do count upon if we manage to perhaps have some questions from the audience, but please, gentlemen, in turn, give your opinion to my questions. Welcome. So I will try to be brief because I also count upon questions from the audience, although questions from you, Madam Professor, well, how present and, well, if they are related to buttering up, still more. The situation is complex because it is significant of what we are talking about. I remember, I guess it was my second or third visit here, and at that time I was presenting an interesting concept by Philippe Levion of raw material wars and their location depending on type of raw material and infrastructure which is necessary due to obtaining as well as actually transporting this raw material out. So here I think some common points do exist, and it will not be a discovery if I say that the eyes of the whole world are first of all looking at African continent. Or, well, whether wars on conflict, it's again a question about scaling. Definitely tensions, yes, we can use a certain example. Democratic Republic of Congo, there are, of course, rare earth metals there, but it is first of all cobalt. I guess it is over 30% of global excavation of cobalt, and it's hard to say that this is among most stable regions in the world. This is a theater of permanent war and conflicts, but naturally, ladies and gentlemen, war, I think we have gone astray of such thinking about conflicts and wars, well, of very traditional style, because it is going on in all possible domains. If we look at the fact that on African continent, the Chinese, for, let's say, since 2021 have invested in only in the sector of research, excavation and purification and obtaining rare earth metals between 26 and 30 billion dollars. It also gives you some information on scale. Well, non-kinetical from a military perspective for sources. And finally, this context of conflicts and wars. Ladies and gentlemen, war in Ukraine, I think we are working on it, at least in the civilian sector, because perhaps military analysis have gone clearly much further. The war in Ukraine showed that perspective is changing, because among countries which we may call industrial, from the shelf of industrial countries, because Russia and Ukraine, they will be more industrial rather than post-industrial or agrarian countries. This is a full-scale war, long-lasting war for destruction. We may call it a raw material war. It is long-lasting raw material war focused on destroying infrastructure and maximum exhausting of infrastructure. In Ukraine, it is very visible, but in Russia as well. These are, I would dare say, it reminds much more certain activities from the First rather than Second World War. First World War used the doctrine actually aim and bomb with all what you have in your arsenal, and he will win who has bigger arsenals. So if we recognize the hypothesis of great significance and importance of rare earth materials, metals, but not only critical raw materials more broadly, so in that case it is a huge battle. And if finally, if we asked who is participating in the war, so of course Russia and Ukraine, but on one side we have quasi-coalition of Western countries. Coalition would be too bold to say, but on the other hand we have self-formatting from the first months or weeks of the war, much more loose, but also quasi-coalition at the other side. So therefore reaching for various methods of influencing both this war and rivalry in global terms seems quite obvious. And here this sector, how very sensitive it definitely is and will be, I assume that used to a greater extent. I don't know if I responded, but I did my best. Thank you very much, you Professor. Most welcome. Yes, so regarding prospects for development and directions in which material engineering should be developing for materials used in hydrogen. So from my perspective, a perfect candidate are new family of materials named high entropy alloys, and these are alloys well, different from those applied so far, which had one element as a matrix, and they had some small alloy additives and alloys of mixing entropy are those where components are added in equal or around equal quantities. It is typical of four mechanisms which are new compared to materials applied currently, and most interesting of them is the effect of cocktail, about which nobody knows too much. It is a new family, so it requires intense research. The cocktail effect is based on the fact that in certain conditions, circumstances, a new property of the given material may appear, resulting from the fact that there are 5 equimole components in the alloy and not one dominating one. And here in this perspective of development for application in hydrogen, it is a very promising material, all the more that I must admit we are not that far behind Europe, because here at our Rzeszów University of Technology we have projects with high entropy alloys and a step earlier in steam, and results obtained clearly pointed at the fact that these materials behave much better in atmosphere enriched with steam rather than in dry atmosphere. So it is a perfect candidate, and I would perceive here the direction for further studies. Thank you very much and welcome. Also, very briefly, ladies and gentlemen, regarding these costs, who will bear costs of energy transformation? Please note 2 terms which more and more often sneak into our public domain. The first one is energy justice, and another is just transformation. Energy justice is everywhere where oceans are actually rising and people lose their homes in low-located islands. Actually, fossil fuels increasing temperature of the climate should not affect the conditions of this is energy justice, but just transformation is something more. It is skillfully spreading costs, giving investors, and independent from the fact whether they are state investors or private ones, then giving them the possibility to earn. I would name it decent profit on invested capital. and price availability. But this demands intervention of the state, and when there is market and electrical energy, first of all, is being sold, which is most market good, the price is adequate, everybody would like the state to withdraw and not disturb. But if disturbance appears, everybody look at the state, because the state is the only entity which can enforce effectively the behavior of market entities, enforce execution of contracts and realization of deliveries. It has tools for it. Well, it's administrative law. Let's avoid going into details, but only the state has some tools in cooperation with EU. Well, energy security, EU, freedom of flow of goods, and here this cooperation worked very well over the recent 3 years. There were no conflicts, no collisions. So the state is to manage this, and this is the expectation. And I think this energy transformation without strong participation of the state has no chance for success. Especially the state is working on it, and with the use of those bodies, it has influence on. So we are witnessing all what is happening, and it's worth expressing our opinion, alarm if something is going wrong, but at the same time to add a small break to gaining success of it. We have 5 minutes available, so maybe somebody here in the audience would have a question for one of our speakers to answer. Most welcome. Be bold. Please consider the possibility. So it was so fascinating that everything is clear. Without microphone, it cannot be translated. Sorry. Somebody is speaking, but give him a microphone, please. It is exactly this interdisciplinary situation which we are dealing with during this conference, that we have both experts, technicians, and, well, actually, people who know nothing, like myself. But full respect for you admitting it. Thank you very much. Maybe anybody else would like to ask about something, to ask one of the speakers? Yes, we still have a moment. There is still a chance. Well, you wanted to add something. Professor, most welcome. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I will disappoint honorary speakers. I will not have questions, but I would like to add one issue. We are in beautiful Rzeszów. We live in the beautiful country of Poland, but also on geopolitical map, somehow the aspirations, European aspirations, have to be taken into account. Well, there is a certain problem, ladies and gentlemen, because like earlier in the information I included it, it is not fully so that Europe doesn't have resources in rare earth metals, but the possibility of excavating them, exploiting and processing are none practically, due to highly stringent environmental standards. So I don't think it would be possible to be bypassed. So whether in the race in this domain, Europe, European Union, does it have a chance? Well, people say yes, but they are very, very strongly conditions with many question marks, and unfortunately a relatively sad conclusion appears, because Europe so far in rare earth metals is almost 100% dependent on exchange with China, and an optimistic statement appeared. Yes, but the Chinese, of course, the EU is dependent on China, but China is dependent on the EU, because if the EU is the receiver, so the Chinese willing to do business, they are also dependent somehow as exporter, depending on the EU. And sad, well, I heard bitterness in this exchange of thoughts, sad comment in relation to many areas. The EU committed cognitive error. If we are taking from them, they are dependent on us. No, unfortunately, it doesn't work like this. And we, as Europe, unfortunately, experience negative effects of this wrong thinking at least several times over the recent 15 years.
Jeszcze pan doktor.
Well, and yes, Dr. Kraśniewski wanted to say, I'm waiting for question, and thank you for saying that it is so broad that it is actually the seed for the next conference, so we should pass it on to organizers, that there is a need, really. Well, I think we are forgetting about local governments regarding this energy self-sufficiency and energy transformation. Local governments have small heat generating plants and sources of generation of heat and electricity. Some competences do exist. There are some try to take up these challenges on their own regarding geothermals or panels, or even managing their own cables to try to aggregate various places, just creating, well, not creating small OSDN, but managing their own generation and own consumption. If we are talking of distributed energy, this is absolutely the direction we should take up. So strengthen the competences in local governments and make use of specialists in power engineering, electrical power engineering, people who are absolutely skilled and can use their skills in order to locally develop networks, generation and consumption, because thanks to this we are creating certain islands which are, of course, related to the system, but giving jobs, highly specialist jobs in the region. They support young people to stay in the regions because there is a place to work in something what will be necessary and allow getting some market edge even for various production plants locally. This is absolutely a direction which needs to be developed. It is fantastically developed in Western countries, where I analyzed, being in Germany, almost 400 entities related to local governments were active in the stock market. This has changed, you know. Crisis came and the Germans, as usual, made comments about Poles that we apply tariffs, and the Germans returned to the tariffs, and Poles maybe knew something more, or maybe it's worthwhile to use those examples. We actually should not undervalue ourselves. We are being watched by other EU countries, and with great respect they look at our solutions, even in those which we actually stayed but experience of older, better experienced power engineers, but cooperation of generations made us having influence on what others do, and it's worth using. So with this optimistic point, I thank you, dear audience, dear panelists as well. We have a surprise from organizers. I don't know if it is a surprise. Well, the best. No, it sounds stupid best. Everybody was fantastic, but the award goes to Professor Jacek Regina-Zacharski. Congratulations. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, it is, I'm sure, my 8th or maybe 9th time, and maybe you will not believe me. It's the first time I've got an award, so thank you very much. All the more I do congratulate you, and thank you, dear audience, for your attention.
Wow, no to jest super.
This is superb. Thank you.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów w tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców, uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów w tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców, uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów w tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Tak, żeby właśnie nie wyszedł na salę.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do
tylko
współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki
wybijesz?
Energetycznej imienia
Okej, jeden
Łukasiewicza
jest, wchodzi, dobra.
składa się z naukowców, uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów w tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Chyba mikro... O, super, teraz słychać. Dzień dobry Państwu, witam serdecznie, nazywam się Mariusz Marszałkowski i witam Państwa w kolejnym panelu plenarnym, drugim dzisiaj już, który będzie nosił tytuł Bezpieczeństwo w obszarze Morza Bałtyckiego. Porozmawiamy o tym, jak wygląda kwestia bezpieczeństwa na Bałtyku i jakie to bezpieczeństwo będzie miało wpływ na funkcjonowanie energetyki i też całego naszego państwa.
Serdecznie zapraszam na scenę
szanownych panelistów, doktora habilitowanego Piotra
profesor Piotr Mickiewicz from
komandora
Gdańsk University,
doktora habilitowanego
Rafał Miętkiewicz from Academy of the Navy Institute of Energy Policy,
profesora Mariusza Ruszela,
profesor Mariusz Ruszel
energetycznej,
Institute of Energy Policy,
panią doktor
honorata Nyga Łukaszewska, SGH University, and Ms. Zuzanna Nowak, Director for Analysis.
Działać super. Wszystko działa.
Working perfect.
Dzięki,
Everything is
nie wiem, czy
working
pani doktor
as it should.
Nyga Łukaszewska
I don't know if Dr. Nyga Łukaszewska is present. I don't see her on screen.
Natomiast my już
I think she will be connected remotely. Let us start our panel. Time is pressing and we have many interesting topics we would like to touch on during our panel. Very important panel due to the fact what the question of Baltic Sea looks like and its influence on economy of our country. And I'm glad that here in Rzeszów, in the south of Poland, this topic of Baltic Sea is present, and we have honorable representatives here from the north as well on the stage. And the first question I would have to ask is coming from the general situation about what our environment of safety on the Baltic Sea looks like. So addressing Professor Ruschel. Professor, how today can we identify the safety on the Baltic Sea regarding the question of not only military aspects, but also economic and international relations? How this safety on the Baltic Sea looks like? And of course, war is influencing this level of security, but what does it look like from your perspective, sir? Well, the microphones do not seem to like us. So perhaps I will share my microphone and we will try to do something. Yes, we managed to switch on the second one. Good. So we do apologize for the small technical question. Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen, for this question. Mr. Moderator, regarding the Baltic Sea Basin, it is a strategic area for a few countries, not only for Poland, but also for countries having borders in that area. If we were to look today at what the security looks like and what does it look like from the perspective of threats. If we looked at it in the perspective of several recent months, we can see specific physical attacks at strategic structure Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. So not only level of discussion that infrastructure will be damaged, but we have physical damage to critical infrastructure. We also had damage, physical damage to pipeline installation. A Chinese tanker incidentally destroying one of elements of critical infrastructure. So today we can quite clearly say that this physical threat has become real. And secondly, we can see some area of a threat in cyber area. That means various kinds of teleinformatic elements, disturbances of signals, which also influence this area of security of Baltic Sea. And these elements result in the fact that we have to be strengthening this resistance, which should counteract these threats. So we have increased activity regarding the NATO, and Baltic Sea became a heart of a kind, because if we view it from the perspective of what we are importing, buying, how import structure of Baltic Sea looks like, so this dependence is very big, and I think it will be subject to our further discussion, but this heart of energy security of Poland is actually in the Baltic Sea, and it has its positive aspects from the perspective of diversification of sources, because we can be buying raw materials from various directions and also from various suppliers, but it also results in the fact that this weight point to provide security of supply of gas, oil, and electrical energy connection with North Pole. All this results in any bigger incident on the Baltic Sea will be a huge challenge for the country, for the state, because we focused our attention very strongly in the basin of the Baltic Sea, which is also a strategic area for the Russian Federation, because there is one port which doesn't freeze in winter. The Russians are using it too. Yes, you mentioned incidents, and you mentioned what the environment looks like on the Baltic Sea in security perspective. And you mentioned also that regarding Baltic Sea, we have the situation today that practically we got dependent on this basin from economic and energy perspectives. And the question is, how do you forecast this dependence, this energy perspective? What it will look like? Polish perspective, how will we be developing towards the Baltic Sea? We have to be careful about this dependence here. Well, always one has to have an alternative in life. And regarding energy, raw materials, energy security, in the recent years, we were making an alternative to deliveries from the East. We were obliged with long-term contracts, which bound us also from the perspective of energy infrastructure built here. Now this infrastructure is built in the north, and if we are thinking of alternative towards the northern direction, so somehow a response to this question is identification of what infrastructural assets we have, which allow us to import raw materials from other directions. Most strategic raw material today is natural gas. Oil is diversified. You can transport in different ways. So the problem is smaller. Energy is generated in various ways. Heat, but natural gas remains the problem all the time. So the problem is whether we have interconnector in the west with the Germans or an interconnector in the south. But who contracted the throughput of these interconnectors? Because in the EU and now we see interconnectors like White House or interconnector Bocholt, White House on the border between Germany and Czech Republic with contracted throughput until 2035. We can see Bocholt and throughput contracted till 2030. So on the one hand, they defend the market, but let's remember that apart from the fact that there is infrastructure and contract for gas, there is also contracting throughput in the pipes and on the interconnectors. And this is also an element people tend to forget about, which is very significant from the perspective of diversification. If we look at an LNG terminal, also throughput is contracted. So Poland, as PGNiG, we contracted throughput in Klaipėda on LNG terminal at the level of 90%. So these are elements of market game which result in the fact if I contracted, I am owner of the throughput. And the question to what extent we already have a structured potential source of delivery of gas, let's say from the south, that gas comes to Italy and we will want to deliver it to Poland. On the way, do we have throughputs contracted? And these are the elements of the game which are extremely difficult because the contractation goes in a dynamic way continuously. Thank you, Professor, for this introduction and for showing us the environment and what it will look like in the future regarding challenges you mentioned. Next question is addressed to Dr. Honorata Nyga-Łukaszewska. Madam Doctor, a lot is being talked about Baltic Sea as a reservoir giving us a window onto the world for economy, power sector. It helps us to diversify and develop, but we also have an aspect that Baltic Sea as the sea gives us certain position in the region. We have the position in the region as a country with access to that sea and to which, for example, Czechs, Slovaks or Hungarians do not have access. And the question how Baltic Sea can influence forming, say, economic policy, foreign policy towards our southern neighbors. Are we properly using the potential of the Baltic Sea existing? And what is your evaluation of this element? No, we don't hear you, madam. Switch on the microphone. Switch on your microphone. I understand your microphone is unmuted, so here somewhere we have. So perhaps we will move on to Madam Doctor in a moment. Let's wait for until the next series of questions. We will be back to you, Madam, because this question is very important, in my opinion. So now let's move on to Professor Mickiewicz, because Professor Ruschel pointed at Russia as the actor who is a challenge for us. And the question, what role for Russia is played by Baltic Sea? Because looking at geography, at the map, Russia has access to many waters, oceans, Pacific Ocean. And what does Baltic Sea look like in this perspective, where the sea border of Russian Federation is just a fraction? The answer to this question. Oh, we can hear you, Madam Doctor. In a moment, we will move back to you. Let Professor speak now. So, ladies and gentlemen, to the question of Russian Baltic policy, well, we have to view it in both horizontal and subject context. Otherwise, it's not possible. Horizontal context is this idea still existing since Peter I. That means a window onto Europe and trade exchange, good exchange. So if we recognize that the Baltic Sea is a route which allows reaching, probably in the perspective, to Europe after sanctions are waived, but also to American area. So we have to view it horizontally, which looks like this. Until 2021, that means until invasion on Ukraine, the Russian concept was the following. We are to be, the Baltic Sea must be a place of domination regarding transport possibilities, both regarding raw materials as well as processed energy carriers. So it is to be an area of political stability. Economic sanctions, which are in place now, resulted on the one hand in giving up this policy, but also on what we don't want to see in Poland, radical conversion of economic consent and reconstruction of 9 ports of Russia in Finnish Bay into container terminals, and necessity to build new terminals, and a certain drop of income of Russian Federation resulting from economic sanctions and Chinese politics, because we cannot go without it. And I assume that the Russians roughly in 2028 will gain considerable transport capacity in container aspect and ro-ro. So we may say that the period of returning to stability on the Baltic Sea as an area being an important element of transport system of Russia may happen after that year, not earlier. Earlier, until 2028 or 2030, assuming the possibility of investment slip in Russia, we will have on this area probably various kinds of incidents, be it sea or close to the shore, which would be aimed at destabilizing the political situation, following the doctrine of Gerasimov, the concept of political military activities by Colonel Krugov in subliminal activities regarding concepts of Russian Federation. And here I would like to touch on one more topic, which also in Polish discourse of energy security, what Mariusz mentioned, is not present. We, as Baltic states, Baltic countries creating theoretically complementary but competing energy policy, we try to ourselves give the Russians actually points regarding the way of influence. Because look, we have LNG terminal in Poland, yes? We have LNG terminals in Baltic states. The Swedes, Sweden is now going towards nuclear energy, so small reactors. So we have three different concepts slightly competing with one another. This is a perfect way of political influence. And please note, now we have defend the infrastructure which we are building. Three different infrastructures: Baltic pipe, permanent and floating terminals, and on top of that is nuclear reactors. So it will be difficult to talk of common Baltic policy to protect energy infrastructure, what creates a specific reality. And the last thing, in my opinion, the question of protection of underwater transfer systems. We all got focused after destruction of Nord Stream on Baltic pipe. We focused, but we have about 20 fiber optics cables there. We have energy cables there. We have concept of energy, Baltic Energy Link, and we are not thinking of these elements of critical infrastructure being possible to be attacked. And I insist that until 2028 we must get ready for activities of diversion or damage or political, military. After 2028, perhaps stability will follow of the situation. And here I'm looking at Jacek. Jacek, it's dedicated to you. I hope that Hegel was right. Once in one of his books he wrote that everything happens twice in history of the world. One, it is a tragedy, and the next time the same situation is becoming a farce. So in Stalin's time it was tragedy, so in Putin's time it is going to be farce. After 2028 it will be farce, stabilization. So you specified 2028 as a turning point. So how to get ready for those threats you mentioned? Because as we all know, the program of modernization of the Navy actually, well, the first ship is going to be handed over for use in. Well, I hope I will not get counterattacked by my neighbor. I have a bit different opinion. Well, I treat all these programs as an addition. Every defense strategy is based on 4 steps. The first step is probable, forecasted forms of influence. The second step is building real capacity of response. What does it mean, building instruments of reality and preparing contractors to do the job? We actually came to a crazy idea. We are already in the third step without paying attention at the first step. But another still bigger mistake we are making, we are not taking into account the second step. The sea is a specific part of the globe from a formally legal perspective. The problem of jurisdiction on sea basin, it is a virtual jurisdiction because we are talking of the state of Mandara and access to open sea. So we willing to create some reality, we firstly have to build instruments, and in order to build those instruments we have to adapt the stipulations of various conventions regarding use of open sea and the sea treated as economic exclusion zone to carry out activities. The simplest example which comes to my mind now is why can't we do anything with the East? Because convention about the Sea law says that act of interference on a sailing ship must be carried out from the sea, not from the land, and they are shooting from the land. We don't have instruments. It's about Houthi in Ormuz, I guess. So we can introduce various solutions which we should think about in internal law. Getting acceptance of 120 participants of sea conventions will take 2 years-ish. But we have, if there is a threat for health and life of a person being on a sea object or a unit under Polish jurisdiction, we can take preemptive action. And I could specify to you a number of things which we should modify. Until we find procedures for operation, we will be behaving on sea exactly like our General Command of Armed Forces in the drone which flew into our territory. We should actually shoot it down, but we couldn't because we were not able to establish who actually what was. We know that we need Miecznik, so let us give a chance, first of all, to effectively use these solutions, and then let us train the crews and let us think of how to solve it on the go. Thank you, Professor. And Schrödinger drone, we might say, when you look at it, whether it exists or not. Well, Madam Doctor is already connected, and I hope, well, we have vision and I think audio.
Słychać.
No, I don't hear. It is not in my ears. I cannot translate the lady. So, how Baltic Sea can influence international and economic relations in our region of Central Europe?
Dzień dobry Państwu po raz trzeci tym razem. Przepraszam za tą nieobecność na sali, ale niestety mnie infekcja wyłączyła z podróżowania, więc dlatego łączę się z Państwem zdalnie. Ja słuchając pana profesora tak sobie pomyślałam, że to jest bardzo interesujące i jednego i drugiego. To jest taki wstęp strategiczny, geostrategiczny, geopolityczny. I tak nawiązując do pana profesora, do ostatniej wypowiedzi, pomyślałam sobie, że jedni mówią, że 2 razy różne sytuacje się zdarzają, a Szymborska twierdziła, że nic 2 razy się nie zdarza. Więc ja myślę, że akurat w kwestiach energetycznych może i Szymborska miała rację. I wydaje mi się, że to fajnie można odnieść do kwestii właśnie tego, co się dzieje na Bałtyku, czy polityki gospodarczej, w szczególności w zakresie surowców energetycznych. Bo mam wrażenie, że to właśnie przemyślana polityka gospodarcza w tym zakresie doprowadziła nas do sytuacji tej, którą mamy obecnie. My mówimy tutaj w naszym panelu o zależności od Bałtyku, ale proszę cofnąć się w czasie kilkanaście lat, chociażby do końca lat 90. czy początku XXI wieku. Wówczas Polska była całkowicie uzależniona od dostaw surowców lądem. Więc ja patrzę na ten Bałtyk jako jednak szansę. Zależność, ale wielką szansę, którą nam Bałtyk dał, bo pozwolił nam zmienić całkowicie dostawy surowców, w szczególności węglowodorów. I chciałabym się powołać na badania, co prawda są to badania historyczne, można powiedzieć, w swojej czasie, które obejmują. Natomiast są to badania, które obejmują zależność Polski od dostaw różnych surowców właśnie między innymi od sposobu dostaw. I w 1997 roku, kiedy właściwie nie mieliśmy żadnych alternatyw, ta zależność mierzona takim wskaźnikiem koncentracji w handlu międzynarodowym Herfindala-Hirschmana w postaci zdekomponowanej i znormalizowanej wynosiła właściwie 1, czyli brak alternatyw. W momencie uruchomienia terminalu, w zależności od różnych jego przepustowości, przy uruchomieniu też wszystkich interkonektorów, które w okresie 2010-2014 i dalej do 2020 roku były uruchamiane, ta zależność zmniejszyła się praktycznie o połowę. W dalszym ciągu, jakby w kategoriach naukowych, to jest poziom zależności bardzo wysokiej, jeżeli mówi się o tym wskaźniku Herfindala-Hirschmana. Natomiast to jest wielka szansa, którą nam Bałtyk, WIDE Terminal dał. I myślę, że tutaj też warto zwrócić uwagę na jeszcze jedną kwestię. Mianowicie myślę, że dobrą aczkolwiek chyba niespotykaną, pewną w naszych warunkach, pewną ciągłość polityki gospodarczej w zakresie Bałtyku czy chociażby terminala, tak? Bardzo konsekwentne, stałe i niezależne od zmieniających się warunków politycznych dążenie do zwiększenia jego roli, ale również poprawy takiej warunków funkcjonowania ekonomicznych. To znaczy zwiększanie liczby innych dostawców. No, na początku był to tylko i wyłącznie Katar, tak? Później doszły czy Norwegia, czy Stany Zjednoczone, ale jeszcze jest jedna bardzo ważna kwestia i wydaje mi się, że chyba nawet ważniejsza niż sama liczba dostawców i to też pokazują badania różnego rodzaju. To również zróżnicowane warunki kontraktowe. Ja przypomnę, że jakby tych kontraktów chociażby z jednym dostawcą jest wiele, natomiast mają one różne warunki. Tutaj mówimy o warunkach dostawy, czy też i warunkach cenowych. I to jest też taka wartość, której my nie jesteśmy może w stanie wycenić sobie i jakoś ją obliczyć, znormalizować wskaźnikami, ale która w takim niewymiernym sensie daje bardzo dużą elastyczność. To jest to, o czym trochę mówił pan profesor Ruszel, mówiąc, że kontraktując sobie przepustowość terminala, jesteśmy trochę właścicielem określonej mocy. Tutaj jesteśmy, powiedziałabym, na bazie tak zróżnicowanych warunków kontraktowych, właścicielem elastyczności, i która daje jakby gigantyczną też przewagę w negocjacjach kolejnych kontraktów. Także to ewidentnie, tak jak powiedziałam wcześniej, jest to element bardzo, powiedziałabym, przemyślanej polityki gospodarczej w tym zakresie. Natomiast chciałabym nawiązać jeszcze do jednego badania, skoro już o badaniach zaczęłam. I tutaj pewnie część zespołu, która jest z Państwem na miejscu, również się do tego badania odniesie. Jest to badanie, które przygotował Instytut Polityki Energetycznej, jak również The Opportunity, które dotyczy zależności od Bałtyku i obliczenia, na które wskazują eksperci, pokazują tą zależność od Bałtyku na poziomie około 41 do 48%. Ona jest mierzona udziałem energii importowanej do udziału w energii zużywanej w kraju. Oczywiście jest ona różna w zakresie różnych surowców, bo jest zdecydowanie mniejsza w przypadku węgla czy energii elektrycznej, wyższa w przypadku węglowodorów. Ale znowu, ja bym pokazała to jako wielką szansę, mimo że jakby mamy hasło zależność, która pozwoliła Polsce w dużej mierze zdywersyfikować sposoby dostaw surowców, ale również mam wrażenie, że Bałtyk stał się takim, jeżeli o morzu tak można powiedzieć, basenem albo oknem może trochę na energetyczny świat i dał Polsce taką dużą elastyczność, która, jak wspomniałam, jest całkowicie niekwantyfikowalna i zmienia ona pozycję Polski też na arenie międzynarodowej.
Their equipment is poor quality. Thank you, Madam Doctor, for this input. Now I must address my eyes towards Commander Miętkiewicz because we were talking about challenges, threats and opportunities Baltic Sea provides us with, and over the recent years a lot has changed at the Baltic Sea, and I'm talking of accession of Sweden and Finland to the NATO, and practically as in the past, well, actually, people with negative attitude were talking of the Baltic Sea as a pond. We do not need to invest in the Navy because we have all allies around us. Yes, practically everybody around us, with the exception of Russia, are in the NATO. And how does the accession of Sweden and Finland influence the safety on Baltic Sea? Does it change anything, or is the status formalized of this inland pool or lake? Well, let me refer to what Professor Mickiewicz said. I think nobody concluded that until as we survive until 2028, it will be all right, and until that time, any discussion about security is generating costs unnecessarily. Well, may it not be the case regarding accession of Finland and Sweden to North Atlantic Treaty, so this safety architecture is changing considerably. Just skipping the geographic aspect, but first of all, Sweden, well, both countries have high GDP, and looking at their shores, it's north, center, well, Finnish Bay, both sides, both banks are actually under the NATO, and the port may once become unavailable for Russian Federation. And Sweden, it's first of all underwater potential because it's 5 modern submarines and long-term program for development of this capacity. And here NATO is gaining quite a lot. And yet another question is air capacity. It's a country with a large fleet of battle aircrafts as per the size of the country. And regarding Finland and Sweden, please keep in mind that they are Arctic countries, so they introduce a great potential regarding training in extreme environmental conditions. And these are countries which in their strategies are dragging Baltic states into the discussion in relation to Arctic. It is a counter-action to Russian Federation, which considers this area in common. Regarding Sweden, it's of course a huge and powerful modern arms producing industry, and on the other hand, there are we, very close neighbor to Sweden. For many a year, I'm a great supporter of us tightening these relations, economic, military relations, building common capacity. And one more thing which came to my mind, Professor Mickiewicz did not mention. In a moment, the 4th element will appear in building energy security based on renewable energy sources. That means offshore wind farms on the Baltic Sea. A few years ago, even a few countries were not mentioning development of this source of energy security in construction. Practically all Baltic states in their strategies are assuming development of offshore wind farms. This is yet another element which we will have to actually take up in considerations as security in general on the Baltic Sea. I'm far away from naming the Baltic Sea an inner sea or lake, NATO lake. If you look, I mentioned it yesterday, Russian fleet, ghost fleet, responsible for breaking sanctions for exporting Russian oil, just under the nose of the NATO countries. It is happening. Well, what is the response of the alliance to this kind of activities? Yes, can the alliance do something about it? Block the straits of Denmark? Well, the flow of those units should be blocked and they should be controlled. They often sail without insurance and any environmental security certificates. What can be done? Well, they openly are doing suspicious activities in the Baltic Sea. Here, Swedish reports that those units are equipped with intelligence equipment. They do non-coordinated, unclear maneuvers near critical infrastructure. They form an ecological threat. It can be a question of, well, any ecological event, it's death for a highly sensitive Baltic system. And if on that we superimpose competences of the crews average age of such a tanker is over 29 years. Before the sanctions, tankers flowing into the Baltic Sea were not older than 14 years, and now they are old ladies over 29 years, and these are specific threats which potentially are suspended somewhere, and potential incidents and scenarios making use of this type of means can be a real threat. Professor Mickiewicz wanted to add something to the legal aspect. I wanted to highlight that do not let us think of the NATO as a regulator of the sailing system on the Baltic Sea, because this is what the EU is for, and the EU sea security. They have their regulations, and they may decide about the possibility of that ship sailing on territorial waters of the given country. They may block sailing. They can inspect on every ship which can be considered a threat. Real tools for inspection and blocking the traffic of Russian ships not fulfilling security are not in the hands of the NATO, but in the EU. And let us think what would happen if a navy, military navy ship would stop such a unit. Well, here we actually have the status of the flag on those ships. They don't carry the Russian flag, but the Cyprus and Vanuatu and something. So those countries have a chance of inspection on those units, and plus European Agency of Sea Security. Thank you, Professor. And already assurance of Russian side appeared that any attempts at blocking freedom of sailing of those states will be related to military response. Very often those ships, especially Syrian expert, is sailing with the escort of Russian battleships. Now Professor Nowak, we have a question about significance of the Baltic Sea for Poland from economic perspective. Poland, not only we talked about the inner sea of the NATO or inland. Commander said he doesn't agree with this, but geographically it is the case. So does the EU have some strategy of cooperation? What does regional cooperation look like inside the Baltic Sea area, both in the context of security, providing safety, but also economic cooperation? How do you view it, madam? Of course, the EU has appropriate policy, but again, we have to realize that if we are talking of cooperation of many countries where everybody is responsible for their territorial waters and the shoreline and navy and own strategy of development, own energy policy and economic policy, so then translating all those individual interests of countries around the shores of the Baltic Sea actually is reduced to limited policy. What is in common for all of us in this situation is environmental and climate issues. Protecting the Baltic Sea and military issues are extremely important. I'm sure here you gentlemen can talk much more about this, but a topic an issue which is joining all countries and which is actually constantly moving about at all meetings at various levels, EU and regional ones. It is protection of the waters of the Baltic Sea. Baltic Sea is a very specific sea, closed one. Shallow exchange of waters in the Baltic Sea takes about 35 years. It is a strongly polluted sea. And practically the situation, in spite of getting improved, it is still constantly tough, difficult. So I'm considering to what extent we should count upon the EU in matters of physical protection of infrastructure from the perspective of the EU, and to what extent we should be counting upon ourselves and partnership relations with neighboring countries, those who are closest to us. In The power perspective, it is what Mariusz mentioned. It is one big jigsaw puzzle, which is not only related to Poland and our border with Germany or Slovakia or Czech Republic or countries northwards of us, but it is a jigsaw puzzle looking, reaching far, far deeper down to Italy, Greece, if we look along north-south axis or more east-west. In spite of that, after 2014 in gas area, many actually exercises were carried out, like gas stress tests and possibility to switch over in case of difficulty delivering gas from Ukraine. In spite of those exercises being carried out, I'm not convinced that we can recognize this jigsaw puzzle with the focus on power, identification of actors also, and the throughput, because often it happens that the booking of throughput happens through entities which are not necessarily transparent. This is how I would put it. We would have to look very, very deep, very far to get to these solutions, and the EU is not the best forum for discussion in such situations. Well, here we should also touch on the question of cooperation or deepening the cooperation. As the commander mentioned, offshore wind farms. So if we look at consortiums which are being built, these are often companies from the Baltic Sea basin, the Germans, the Danish, and ports, German, Danish. We have to provide it for Lithuania. This is also an area for cooperation. It is an area of cooperation, but also of competition. What you are saying about technological competence, competition, but another thing is image-wise competition. I think recently the Germans has had proposals not only to become an actor dominating militarily regarding protection of the eastern side of the NATO, but to dominate the capacity to protect the Baltic Sea, thanks to the fact that they have to increase the Baltic Sea forces in order to provide protection of their critical infrastructure, like LNG Terminal number 2. This type of competition shows that, I guess, best if we count upon ourselves and strengthen our own capacity. And here I wrote down what professor was saying about protecting specific elements of energy infrastructure and how various countries compete. But I view it slightly differently from think tank perspective rather than a specialist point of view. All of you, Meshes professors, have very specific specialties. My role in a think tank is to combine all these elements. And would it be putting stakes on wind energy generation or development of renewables in the Baltic states or whatever else? We should be thinking about building resistance as a whole and providing functionality of the system, energy, but also economic system, regardless the circumstances. And this should be a superior, say, hat over that. We say we have three elements of competitiveness, of triangle. Competitiveness, sustainability, and sustainable development and security. But the Ukrainian situation actually added a little cap over this triangle, this resistance. And perhaps approach to protecting specific energy infrastructure will vary, be it nuclear energy or renewable sources or the area around the Baltic Sea. But still, if we think from the other perspective, I mean, getting supported or supporting each other in building resistance, so we have greater chances of cooperation at European level. Thank you, Madam Director. Well, actually, Madam Doctor mentioned the report. This is the report which was prepared by Professor Ruschel, Professor Miętkiewicz, and Madam Director Nowak, who are present present here. I do refer you to it. A very interesting report regarding security on the Baltic Sea from energy perspective and Poland's dependence, or what is the influence of the Baltic Sea on energy security of our country. May I add one sentence of an advert? Yes, self-promotion, time for advertising. Yes, really. We managed together among analysts, experts, regarding both security and energy and power sector, we managed to do something what had not been in place. Just like in this panel, we are discussing questions of security in the Baltic Sea area. Economic issues were mentioned by Honorat, and military, energy-related, legal. Actually, putting all these points together in one work has not taken place yet, and this is the goal of this report, to show that these prospects are really, they vary, and one has to keep in mind not only economic development, but if we put stakes at economic development, and perhaps I'm not as optimistic as Honorata, but if you put stakes on economic development, let us think that we have to be able to protect it from the military perspective. If we put stakes so much on power sector from the perspective of the sea. Now Poland is 48% dependent on supply of energy carrying raw materials through the Baltic Sea, and that will grow up to 60% if our plans are implemented. So we must think not only what it means for the place of generation energy for the whole system, but for whole our economy. And we should learn this way of thinking, and we should be discussing these topics more broadly. And that's why I'm so glad that I'm here. We are also glad. Thank you, Madam Director. Professor Ruschel mentioned, actually, Madam Doctor mentioned the LNG market and LNG contracts, because we have various formulas in signing LNG contracts. It can be this and food, and there are differences from the perspective of delivery and delivery target points of LNG. We have one fixed terminal of LNG, and we will have within the nearest 3-4 years another. So how to utilize those capacities, the contracts which we have, first of all, to increase the energy security of our country, but also I will be relating it slightly to the regional cooperation. We have interconnectors of the recent years. Many of them were established, quite significant ones, and how to use this capacity we have for our foreign policy to be based on tough, real arguments in the form of energy carriers. Thank you for this question. I would ask your attention at two key elements. Firstly, because I can see Professor Adam Szurlej in the audience right away. I remember AGH, University of Technology, a chart professor was showing to me. International Energy Agency showed us that from the pipes we will go to LNG. COVID and Ukraine made us speed up this by 17 years, a thing which was foreseen by International Energy Agency until 2040. We had already 50% of LNG delivered by ships, so we can see some chessboard. Geopolitics is converted onto economic elements. I did studies with Professor Khalid from Finland, where the US is contracting gas for 32 countries, Qatar for the Russians only for if you look at Qatar and Australia as countries which have a foreign policy closer rather to American rather than Russian, we can calculate roughly the level of ships accessing, be it with American or Russian flag on board. So we can see this dynamics, what happened over the recent years. I'll superimpose one argument on it. Between 2021 and 2025, 30% of long-term contracts for LNG expire. We are talking here, and contracts are expiring expiring, and the expiring contract is replaced by a new one. The question is, well, which one, Russian or American? We signed it until 2024 with the Americans. And the fourth element, which appears in the market of contracts, we can see that flexibility of delivery is actually being left behind. Well, in Incoterms, result that you can contract gas to a specific location, but in earlier contracts there was flexibility in delivery, that you can deliver it to a different LNG terminal. Today, when you discuss it at analytical level, it is said not to be in the contracts. So if we look at it from this perspective, we can see that in this market, this rivalry, geopolitical rivalry, was transferred onto the sea, the area where the Americans feel safer. How do Russians backlash? Well, they raise tensions. If we raise a level of tension, what is happening in the exchange? If we look at our contracts, they may be indexed to TTF and they may be indexed to Henry Hub. It's two different prices. If we have a contract for delivery of gas, price, but indexed to what? If to TTF, we look at the noting in Europe, but if it goes to the States, it is related to a different exchange, and the difference is sometimes 30%. And if the Russians are, well, the cost of insuring the ship are growing, you have to pay more, and cost of freight, cost of insurance are changing. This influences the cost of contract. We are going away from indexing to the prices of oil. Then the higher tension level, the more the Russians are biting back to indexing on Henry Hub. So they can be influencing through increasing threat on the Baltic Sea onto the total of costs of delivery to end recipient. And now, back to the question by the moderator, how can we play with it? Reduce the level of tension, because when shall we be competitive? If we want to re-export gas, it must be cheaper, because if it is more expensive, who will buy it from us? Nobody. So if political factors appear, which will be resulting in the indexation of delivery, even the gas which will be coming to us will be expensive, and we will not resell it, because it will not be competitive in comparison to other hubs in Eastern Europe. So our strategic goal is to guarantee such resistance of Baltic diversification of portfolio, which will reduce the level of risks in influencing the factors of indexing prices of gas on Henry Hub, for example. Thank you, Professor, for pointing at this gas aspect and this tension which is increased by the Russians over the recent years. Here is a question to Commander Miętkiewicz, Commander, Professor. How? Well, we have the sea infrastructure, we have a deposit of oil and gas, well, Lotos, Petro-Baltic, Svetolink, electro energy connection with Sweden, and we will have offshore wind. Perhaps in a year, 2 years' time, first elements will show up. We have the Baltic pipe as underwater infrastructure. How to protect on the Baltic Sea? Well, installations couple dozen kilometers away from the shore, infrastructure, how to do it. Many a time we discussed that there are problems not only resulting from equipment, but also from regulations. So how to solve these problems which are showing up for the security Professor mentioned to reduce the level of tension? Thank you for this question, but a brief comment to what Mariusz mentioned. This type of things are happening on the Red Sea. And now a question whether it is our interest, our matter or not. Where from do we take part of the gas which is floating from the Persian Gulf? Well, through that communication route. So it is a problem of Houthi or piracy. It is it a strategic question for us or not? I believe it is. And the question, what do we need the Navy for and what are our interests, and should the Navy be a tool to implement this type of interest? I had a pleasure listening to one of the NATO commanders of the Operation Shield, which is now being implemented there. I'm talking of high level of frustration due to the activity of their activities and a lack of those tools, legal tools Professor mentioned. And thirdly, some uncertainty. Today I have the ship, but 2 months from now I will not have it. And what in return? What next? So I'm acting completely opposite to what they were teaching me for over 30 years and how I was exercising it at military exercises. So it is reactive and not active that I hate and try to control the situation. Now back to our waters. I am for a more active use of the Navy, and I am still more for using forces where those interests are being physically implemented. I'm talking in a broader aspect. The Navy of or the forces of Polish Republic, be it Navy or border guards, and this is secondly cooperation, international cooperation, because we will not avoid it, because these interests are very much in line. When we look at this Baltic Sea, well, let me refer to offshore wind farms. It is all connected, interconnected. The systems have to be interconnected for security. So I do not imagine that in exchange of information to be impossible. The creation of common procedures and an attempt at working out common response to specific scenarios. Here we have very close relations built already. But time for those agreements, obligations to be fulfilled, or filled with projects in the form of common exercise, common patrols. Many of these things are happening because I don't recall a period in history from the end of Cold War to have two permanent teams of NATO forces present, because there was the hit teams and counter active. So these things are happening. Let's be aware that the Baltic Sea is one of the most crowded communication routes, and secondly, the best monitors, because seashore countries are highly developed economically countries, and they can afford it. But in spite of that, things are happening which we unfortunately are dealing with, and this, in my opinion, requires specific response, reactive action in cooperation with our Baltic Sea partners. We do not need to look far, but our partners, Sweden, which is opposite us, Central Baltic Sea, it is our zone of responsibility, and this is what it should be like. And of course, Germany, Denmark, as near neighbors in those areas where we run our strategic interests related to energy security, which exist there already. So actually access to LNG and cooperation regarding protection and monitoring Baltic pipeline. This is also a question of international cooperation, because hey, so what if we protect on the distance of well, kilometers of this Baltic Sea pipeline. And as a piece on land, it goes into the North Sea, and we have to view it all a bit more broadly. First of all, what I miss is the culture of strategic thinking. When I look at these documents, especially American ones, roadmaps, they look and they write where we want to be in the years 2050, 2055, and what the tools in the form of a navy have to be made use of. This is what I miss. Our navy is, regarding sailing potential, is actually inheriting what we got from Polish People's Republic. There are forces converted from... Well, thank you, Commander. You mentioned protection of infrastructure on sea. So addressing Professor Mickiewicz, I would like to ask the question, how to protect investment, how to protect sea, but on land infrastructure, because we have oil port in Gdańsk and we have the port in Świnoujście. We will have a port in Gdańsk Bay and we will have nuclear power in a few years' time. All this is investment plus ports, plus harbors, which are responsible for a large part of importation. And how to protect projects on land, because land forces will want to take something, the Navy is responsible for something. So how to coordinate all that to have safety? Well, you are asking me questions to which it's difficult to find answers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we must, well, I fully agree to what Rafał mentioned. We have to create a system which must be compatible. We mustn't create a system of on-land and sea elements. It must be one compatible system, and what's more, it should be, in spite of all these objections, critical words I included in my first input, that this discrepancy of forms, building energy resistance of individual countries and competition among them limits the building the Baltic Sea system. But we should be aiming at building it, just to be clear. But what can we do, ladies and gentlemen? We firstly have to change the way of thinking into the form of threats, because we keep thinking all the time that these will be military conventional attacks, that a rocket will come, destroy something, damage something. Even if a rocket flies in, let me go back to what Rafał mentioned. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are building offshores on the sea, and please look into technical requirements elaborated by a classification association which imposes how this system of wind farms should look like. There is no protection. The only form of protection of those objects is evacuation of the crew in the situation of a threat. And we should build a system of warning, monitoring. We do not have, or we are not thinking at strategic level. Second question, we succeeded, and actually it has to be acknowledged for institutions who are building the gas port near Świnoujście. We managed to build quite efficient and clever system of monitoring, allowing protection of that very object. But it was built in the convention that that would be a conventional attack, actually with the use of rockets. But now it is 2024, and since 2022 we can see what a drone can do. Undetectable, flying at a low altitude, a radar will not see it, and we are building a reactive system. Like my colleague said, either we will be building supervision and systems of full presence on the sea, terribly expensive in implementation, or we will be sending units which will sail to our wind farm in 6 hours from the occurrence of the event. So we have to have the monitoring in real time and be prepared that we will manage to respond to a possible change of the route of the unit being a threat, actually carrying some weapons which may act. And exactly the same we have in case of the on-land units. Let's forget that it will be an Iskander, because this is how we were getting ready all the time. How to do it? I don't know, honestly speaking. Logical solution is to build micro domes, but we don't have the technology and nor a possibility of building them. So what? Early recognition and attempt at responding to the symptoms of occurrence of the threat. But back to my first input, first part, remember, unless we change certain legal regulations, then blocking the traffic of a ship and shooting down a flying object over international waters is aggression from our side. And we have to start thinking again, referring to certain Russian terminology I like to repeat because they have an interesting emotional load. Following the example of Russians regarding protection of sea and on-land critical infrastructure, we have to get ready for what the Russians named offensive defensive operation. We have no other choice, and that much. Drones have changed the situation so much regarding protection of objects that today nobody can say how to protect such an object. Yes, change of technology really significantly influences the level of threat and security. Thank you, Professor. And now a question addressed at Dr. Łukaszewska. Yesterday we talked in the context of transatlantic cooperation with the U.S. It might seem that the U.S. is far away from us, but close ally and close in the context of energy, raw materials. And now a question, whether this closeness of economic relations in energy dimension with the U.S. is increasing or reducing the level of uncertainty on
Dziękuję
the Baltic Sea.
Ja myślę, że jednak chyba obniża, tak, dając jednoznaczną odpowiedź, poziom niepokoju z punktu widzenia oczywiście Polski, tak, bo to pytanie, o czyją perspektywę chodzi. Natomiast to, o czym powiedział pan profesor Mickiewicz, jeszcze trochę do tego nawiążę, odpowiadając na to pytanie. My właściwie zarówno w tym krajobrazie energetycznym, ale też i w szerszym kontekście międzynarodowym widzimy, że funkcjonujemy w warunkach zmiany, tak? I to, o czym powiedział pan profesor, że kiedyś o dronach właściwie nie myślano, dzisiaj one całkowicie zmieniają sposób gry powiedziałabym szeroko pojmowanej polityce bezpieczeństwa, to tak jest też w polityce energetycznej. No, przypuszczam, że kilkanaście lat temu nikt nie spodziewałby się, że Stany Zjednoczone staną się tak znaczącym graczem, zarówno na międzynarodowych rynkach energii, jak i że tak zmieni się też ich potencjał geoekonomiczny. Trochę to, o czym mówił pan profesor Ruszel. Dlatego, że zwróćcie państwo uwagę, Stany Zjednoczone od tego łupkowego boomu no nie tylko znacząco zwiększyły konkurencyjność własnych branż, które pracują w oparciu o surowce, w tym w szczególności gaz. Tutaj mówimy między innymi o przemyśle chemicznym, którego konkurencyjność wzrosła znacząco w stosunku na przykład do europejskich branż, tych samych, ale też dodatkowo Stany Zjednoczone zmieniły swoje miejsce w międzynarodowym podziale pracy. Po raz pierwszy w 2019 roku, porównując to w jakiejś takiej historii aż do lat 60., Stany Zjednoczone wyeksportowały energii więcej, aniżeli jej zaimportowały, czyli stały się netto eksporterem energii, widzę własne zużycie energii pierwotnej. I my obserwowaliśmy już kilka lat temu tą dominację w eksporcie Stanów Zjednoczonych na rynkach międzynarodowych węglowodorów. Natomiast to też znacząco zmienia pozycję gospodarki amerykańskiej, również w relacjach do jej sojuszników. Ja pamiętam, jak jeszcze kilkanaście lat temu, no nie, kilkanaście to za dużo, kilka lat temu, żeby podpisać kontrakt LNG z dostawcami ze Stanów Zjednoczonych, naprawdę trzeba było bardzo się gimnastykować. Dzisiaj ten świat wygląda trochę inaczej. Jest już większa konkurencja również i wśród tych dostawców. Ale w dalszym ciągu ten gaz jest pożądany. A dlaczego? Dlatego, że i tutaj wchodzi geopolityka, geopolityczna trochę stabilność dostawcy, jakim są Stany Zjednoczone, jest większa aniżeli chociażby innych. Przypomnę, że sięganie po Stany Zjednoczone jako oferenta w dostawach LNG wzięło się stąd, że mieliśmy właściwie większość mocy zapewnionych przez dostawy z Kataru. Tak? I chcieliśmy większej elastyczności. Także w tym sensie dla nas Stany Zjednoczone stały się takim trochę, może wentylem nawet bezpieczeństwa. Natomiast nawiązując jeszcze do tego, o czym powiedział pan komandor, mam wrażenie, i to też licuję z polityką Stanów Zjednoczonych, no właśnie Amerykanie mają tą zdolność dalekosiężnego myślenia, również w kwestiach gospodarczych i to w energetyce bardzo wyraźnie widać. Już dawno temu zaprojektowano sobie strategię, w ramach której Stany będą rozwijały się w określonych branżach. Tak? I Unia Europejska, chcąc konkurować ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi, w pewnym momencie również wybrała sobie określone branże. Natomiast badania naukowe poparte analizami empirycznymi pokazują, że jednak Unia Europejska przegrała ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi. I to widać w ofensywie chociażby inwestycyjnej w Polsce. To są inwestycje w branży o wysokim zaawansowaniu technologii, czy to jest na przykład Intel, czy to jest Google. Tak? Także tutaj też widać to dalekosiężne myślenie i ono rzeczywiście jest zorientowane na określone branże. Dalej, Stany Zjednoczone, w szczególności w Polsce, i to trochę o tym mówiliśmy też i w tym poprzednim panelu, ale ja to powtórzę, bo wydaje mi się, że to jest dość istotna kwestia. Bardzo umiejętnie, mam wrażenie, też dobierają swoich reprezentantów w krajach, w których mają określone interesy, w Polsce w szczególności między innymi energetyczne. Zwróćcie Państwo uwagę na ambasadora Brzezińskiego, który jest, powiedziałabym, chyba najlepszym rzecznikiem interesów między innymi energetycznych Stanów Zjednoczonych w Polsce. Także jeszcze kilkanaście lat temu myśleliśmy o elektrowni jądrowej w kontekście francuskiego RDF, podczas gdy dziś właściwie mamy podpisany kontrakt z Westinghouse'em i Bechtelem. Także to jest też, uważam, sukces amerykański i ofensywa amerykańska energetyczna w Europie, w tym w Polsce. Reasumując, i tutaj też już puenta, Stany Zjednoczone ewidentnie i ta ich polityka też w obszarze w szerszym Bałtyku, bo Polska oczywiście nie jest jedynym obszarem tej ofensywy energetycznej, jest takim wentylem bezpieczeństwa w mojej ocenie. Może znowu będę tu zbyt optymistyczna, ale myślę sobie, że każdy kolejny kraj, który zwiększa konkurencję pomiędzy dostawcami różnych technologii, to jest sytuacja pożądana. To, czego najbardziej nie lubimy, to są różnego rodzaju monopole. Więc tak, Stany Zjednoczone poprawiają nam sytuację i obniżają zdecydowanie ten poziom niepewności w obszarze Bałtyku.
Dziękuję pani doktor.
Thank you, Madam Doctor. And my last question, because unfortunately we have come to the shore of our discussion. Madam Director, I asked earlier about the strategy of the EU, about the plan of the EU. What should be the Polish strategy on the Baltic Sea for the nearest years? Should we still invest in the development of power sector based on the Baltic Sea, or should we, or are we coming close to the moment when we should say stop? I should simply, responding to this question, I should use the words which were mentioned here many a time, that first of all, there should be any approach to Baltic Sea should be based on strategic thinking, being proactive, not reactive, and that was a very simple answer. But before we get to this, we should answer lots of questions on the way. And for me, from energy perspective, one of the most important questions to which the report does not include a clear answer, but I advise you to look for it, is the question whether the shoreline of the Baltic Sea is one point of entry to the Polish energy system, or may we, in case of redirecting importation of energy raw materials onto Baltic Sea, we can talk of true diversification. Thank you, Madam Director. And ladies and gentlemen, thus our ship has come to the harbor, Rzeszów, University of Technology. Thank you very much, and thanks to the panelists who for 1.5 hours have been discussing. Big hand for them. And to you, dear audience here in the room and online, I would like to thank you for listening to this interesting discussion. You are kindly invited to the break, and after the break, another dose of knowledge and further discussion. There is an important element too, because we have an award for the best panelist, and now, best panelist According to the audience is Professor Piotr Mickiewicz. Congratulations.
Gratulacje, panie profesorze.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów w tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
Jesteśmy dumni z tej nagrody. Dziękujemy serdecznie kapitule konkursu oraz organizatorom za docenienie Gdyni. Nagroda to także uznanie aktywności naszych mieszkańców, którzy chętnie włączyli się w działania związane z bezpłatnymi badaniami termowizyjnymi domów i mieszkań. W ramach programu przebadano prawie 1000 budynków mieszkalnych w Gdyni. Jako samorząd staramy się wspierać te inicjatywy, które nie tylko pozwalają na realne oszczędności, ale mają również wyjątkowe ekologiczne. Zapewniam, że tego typu działania będziemy kontynuować, a mieszkańcy mogą liczyć na nasze dalsze wsparcie. Bezpieczeństwo energetyczne, filary i perspektywy rozwoju życzę owocnej dyskusji. Nagroda to także uznanie aktywności naszych mieszkańców, którzy chętnie włączyli się w działania związane z bezpłatnymi badaniami termowizyjnymi do
jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców, uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Bo widzimy, że odruchowo często ludzie gdzieś do tyłu, jak mówią, a my po prostu mamy taką piłę i on nie przeskakuje. A teraz tak, jeżeli ja tam nacisnę, to w momencie tam się też pojawia ten ekran? Nie, to jest inny. Nie, to jest ten sam ekran. Tak, czyli ta prezentacja też tam będzie. Żeby sobie omówić i patrzeć, jak to... No jasne. Dobra.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
Dobra, fajnie, super, super. Bo teraz ten krzesła, ten się zmienił ten okrąg, ale dobra, dziękuję.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
O, wszystko działa super.
Well, everything is working perfect. Welcome once again, Mariusz Marszałkowski here, and please be invited to the next panel. I will have the pleasure to chair. It is a panel on strategic challenges in the area of security and law in modern power sector. It is a panel which will be typical of load of scientific knowledge and practical knowledge as well. So please kindly be invited. Let me invite honorable panelists who will be Dr. Tomasz Skórzyński, professor of WKN in Krakow, with paper. Let me also invite Dr. Justyna Misiągiewicz from Marii Curie-Skłodowska University with a paper on energy security in Caspian region, prospects of transport of fossil fuels to Western markets via Turkey. And let me also invite Dr. Tomasz Włodek and Dr. Adam Szurlej, professors of AGH, with a paper on prospects of development of gas in Poland in the time of energy transformation. And finally, Bartosz Frydel, Redeker Selner Dachs, sorry for pronunciation, with a paper on struggling for position in industry of neutral emission technologies, the role of public funding. Please kindly be invited. Oh, sorry, I don't have it. But yes, please come here, by all means. And let me invite Paweł Stały from Military Technical Academy, who will tell us about the role of Azerbaijan in building security in South Caucasus and in the EU, current status and prospects.
Witam Państwa serdecznie.
Very warm welcome. Yet another panel, very interesting subject-wise, very interesting papers which you have prepared. I will take the opportunity to start the panel from international issues, because here we have a representative professor who prepared a presentation on development of energy market in Serbia. And Professor, we will start from you. So please, let me ask technicians to launch the presentation on Serbia. Please use a microphone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on the subject, energy security. Well, Professor, speak to the microphone, otherwise it is not heard. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, the subject of my input is on energy security in Serbia from 2014 till 2024. But taking into account deep changes over recent years, I'll focus on the recent period. As we know, an allied country has significant resources of lignite, and key role is playing in generation of electrical energy and in production. Could we ask for the presentation on Serbia? Please launch the presentation, because we do not see it yet. Yes, the presentation is on. Please continue your input. Well, the most important factors influencing energy security of Serbia are significance of economical relations with the EU and aiming at accession to the EU in the future, and the role of the state in economy, and for the further part of increasing ecological economy. Level of economic development, we know that Serbia is not among economic leaders, but lack of access to the sea, which regarding the subject of the panel, the former panel, is a very significant role and importance, and a bit exotic thing for us, maintaining very good relations, economic relations with Russia and China, not only over recent years, but also in former period. Reasons of this will not be discussed because of time pressing, and on all that, legal acts present in the EU are imposed regarding requirements of future members of the EU, and on the other hand, enforcing changes in energy mix in renewables regarding decisions of May 2023. And now the matter of hard coal, in Serbia is not that simple. In 2021, excavation of coal, Serbia was number 7 in Europe, but since then, regularly digging coal is dropping. In 2023, it dropped by 9%. At the same time, we have the question of scale of failures of energy system, which results in increased importation of coal and a significant increase in import of energy. Serbia was exporter over recent years, not importer, but in order to provide continuity of deliveries during the increased demand, import increased radically year on year. If we look at 2023 as the growth year, this trend this year will also be continued, rather. In December 2022, Serbia agreed to tighten cooperation, economic cooperation with the EU, and it was putting off full implementation of it because of costs. Nevertheless, Serbia obtained in February 2023 165 million euros from the EU to fight energy crisis, and this year to support the development of biomass market, and dependence on oil negatively influences the budget of Serbia. Namely, 23 from 26.6 of the value of the total importation. The significance of this country doesn't have a balance in import-export, majority is in importation, and it is more serious even than the figures are suggesting. In this situation, it's strange that in 2022, that prices of oil at that time, Serbia increased import of oil over the sea. In 22 and 23, EU sanctions made it impossible to continue importation of oil through Croatian ports. We know also that the transport through Ghost fleet, Serbia doesn't have direct access to the sea, so it makes delivery of oil in this way more difficult. And for several years, Serbia, together with Hungary, planned construction of oil pipeline from Hungarian side, of course, delivering Russian oil. But in July this year, Ukraine opposed to further transport of oil of the aggressor through their territory. The problem is all the more significant because there are plans to build a pipeline from Russia to Albania. It's too costly and therefore blah, 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 blah. At the same time, the on that imposes a question of excavating oil in Serbia itself. In 2022, it was 801,000 tons, clearly less than the country needs, and now it's a question of obtaining some technology from the West, which would allow increasing that excavation. And here is a problem related to attempts of Russia in searching for and mining. It's difficult to get such a support from the West, and on top of that, climate policy of the EU is added. It's a question of scale of emissions through the sector of CO2 to atmosphere during excavation and transport of oil. Now, stress was placed on maintaining the stock of oil for further economic complications. For the future deliveries of oil, an agreement about development of railway infrastructure, oil different from gas gives this opportunity, and on top of this we have support from the EU for development of further infrastructure. In Serbia it is close to 600 million euros. It is quite a substantial amount. Over the recent years also excavation of gas dropped significantly. In 2022 cost of this import was 4.4%, and last year 3.5 years of the value of total importation of Serbia. In this situation, very often for confrontation between the West and Russia, Serbia was making attempts at increasing delivery of oil from other sources than Russia, but for geopolitical and economic reasons it was distributed on many years, and 2022 and 23 this importation is it was mainly from Russia. And at the same time, Russia has a significant influence in the sector of obtaining this raw material on the territory of Serbia. So there are pro-Serbian moods, and our approach, which regarding sovereignty, is we cannot transfer it on to Serbia. And the scale of dependence of Serbia from importation of Russia was Russian gas to Hungary. We have a pipeline from Bulgaria to and radical increase of it was planned. Here we have an agreement from May 2022. That means war in Ukraine is in progress already, and it is contact with Gazprom for transfer of 2.2 billion of cubic meters of gas altogether over 3 years. In the summer of 2022, launching a pipeline was planned, allowing 2.5 million cubic meters of gas to Hungary, and for this they wanted to use a connection built between Serbia and Bulgaria. It is a connection on the one hand supported for years by the EU, on the other hand strongly supported by Russia by sending not only encouragement and not only funds but also specialists for construction. Well, here you can see a map showing the plans, and regarding as we know, Bulgaria is cut off from delivery of natural gas in 2020 from Russia, so which in long-term interest of Russia reduced the dependence of Serbia from Russian raw material. Of course, the Serbs were planning land deliveries of gas from other directions, so it is deliveries from Romania. And here these plans are related to a plan to extract vast amounts of natural gas from deposits in Neptune's depth in Black Sea, thanks to which Romania would be exporter of natural gas. However, this problem is related to possibility to extract this raw material from with the use of infrastructure almost in the middle of the sea on which war is going on. So it is a thing of low reality, and a question of building from of pipeline from the south, from Macedonia, which complicates the situation. And there is an idea to build a pipeline from Montenegro. Now, of course, this idea, well, the basis of it is construction of terminal. It does not exist yet. If it would be built, then they plan this 1 billion cubic meters of gas annually to be imported from there. On top of this, there are capacity of storage possibilities, and here situation is not interesting, not positive, because we have the question of increasing the main storage facility, the only storage facility the Serbs have. First, there were Russian declarations several times related to influence in the sector of storage by Serbia from Russia to large scale, but these declarations have not materialized. They have not materialized before pandemic and during the visit of Putin after the aggression. Putin's visit to Serbia. In this situation, first Serbs reached for contracting reserves from Hungarian storage facilities, and as we know, they have large storage capacities. It was to be 220 million cubic meters in order to up to 500 million last year, but as prospects appeared of the Russian activities appeared to be quite poor. The authorities declared increasing from 427 million to cubic meters. But here, the question of shifting the date, commencing the work in days, Serb authorities are planning to start the work in autumn. Whether it is successful, we will see. And on top of this, we have a question of renewable energy sources and authorities regarding official announcement declarations. Serb authorities declare a significant increase of renewables for 20 years. It is no novelty. For some time they have been funding research to utilize the renewables in their country, and this is supported by natural conditions. In spite of that, in 2022, accumulated in Serbia, it is only 137 megawatts, so less than in Macedonia. Authorities officially ambitious plans to improve on the situation. For example, in August this year, they assured about several projects allowing to utilize wind and solar energy capacity, accordingly 510 megawatts and 500 megawatts. Of course, the current scale of utilization of the natural possibility and warming up and influence of Russia in Serbian power sector. So here about water generation over the last 2 minutes. Yes. So on top of that, there is a nuclear power plant. There are declarations in this respect with France, but regarding cost of the investment project, time of construction and consequence of supplier to the west from Russia, it doesn't point at a good solution. And on top of that, there is a question of energy efficiency. Here also EU is present in this respect. Of course, with the finance from the EU, there is a problem related to requirements and expectations, economic expectations towards entities in Serbia. And here, a problem is based on the fact that the Serbian authorities are not able to fulfill, but competitive offers are filed by the Chinese, and there are but there are some conditions, be it financial or social, which unfortunately are beneficial. And on top of that, there are also attempts by the EU to start excavation of lithium in Serbia, which is necessary for production of electric cars, and negative influence here of Russia and China is here taking over control by companies from Russia or China in Bolivia, weakening the position of the EU, ending confrontation between the West and Russia, speeded up question of integration of Serbia and EU. There are declarations of activity with various partners. Most important challenges for energy security in Serbia with China and energy sector, aging infrastructure and growing demand for energy, and also limited number of existing transfer pipelines, indirect but influence on energy infrastructure, which actually increases the sensitivity of Serbia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, for this very interesting presentation about Serbia. And now we are moving on in our journey to Central Asia. And let me invite Madam Professor Justyna Misiągiewicz, who will present what energy security question looks like in Caspian area. Yes, I would also like for my presentation to be displayed. I hope it will show up. And ladies and gentlemen, just as an introduction, I have been studying this region for many, many years, and each and every time I keep considering the usability of Caspian region in the context of energy security of the EU, and not only the EU, because in this region various players appear. I always consider this region as a field of game and playground, and I would like to consider, no, it's not my presentation, no. I would actually use somebody's rights. I always consider who is winning, who is losing. The situation keeps changing. It is very dynamic, although about Caspian region, not often we hear, yes, the presentation is on, we can see it. Yes, I can see it here. I don't see it there at all. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is my topic, and I would like to focus on there are quite a lot of those dimensions, but geopolitical dimension, energy security, and I would like to convince you to the fact that this region is important and that this region is becoming important, because now we have, well, where should I look? Here or there? I mean, with a pointer. Yes. Once again. No, yes. Let it stay. Should I aim at that gentleman? Yes, good. So this is a map for you to pay attention to note where geopolitically the Caspian region is located. It is the center of Eurasia. Mackinder's region, from Mackinder's theory perspective, it is very significant. And here we can very clearly see who is the player, who are the players regarding geopolitical position of the region. Of course, the region evolved in the context of transformation, collapse of Soviet Union, of course, heaved off this region as a very significant and new, yes, for whom? For Turkey, for China, and, of course, Russia. Today I would like to mention this factor of change, how the war of Russia in Ukraine changed the situation. What are the implications for the Caspian region, because they are very important. Of course, Iran, which always claimed the rights to the Caspian Sea basin, and I would rather avoid discussing the status of it, whether it is lake or sea. It has not been decided finally. So factor of change. Factor of change is, of course, the war of Russia in Ukraine and the role of Russia in the Caspian region. Russia has withdrawn from Caspian region, somehow not willing to create or to provoke new conflicts. Russia somehow betrayed Armenia because, you know, there is no the Nagorno-Karabakh, and Russia just gave up this by withdrawing from there and not giving support to Armenia. And the balance of forces has changed as a result of this. Role of Turkey got increased. Azerbaijan is just decisive factor. It is a very attractive country for everybody. In 2021, EU signed an agreement with Azerbaijan to increase delivery of gas from that country. Russia is also buttering up Azerbaijan and treating it as a window on the world in the context of sanctions. And of course the role of Turkey is incredibly significant in this context, because always Turkey was in rivalry with Turkey in Caspian area, and Russia was always winning. But now Russia is not the winner, and now actually the baton is taken over by Turkey. And not only in the context of poor, weaker, because Russia will return, we will see. But at this moment, weaker Russia now, and in the context of increasing demand for gas from the EU, because the EU at the moment is searching for, well, maybe not searching for because it's signing agreements, but for the EU searching for new, old, because Azerbaijan is not a new supplier of oil and gas for the EU, but at the moment, this southern corridor, I hope, I don't want this slide, it was already displayed before. There, yes. I just wanted to show you the infrastructure, but it does, oh gosh, it was there. Yeah, oh, yes, it is here. Ladies and gentlemen, energy potential of the region. Here you can see the oil fields and gas fields, and the Caspian region generally is not a region of incredible richness of energy raw materials. I would dare say it is a prospectus region regarding obtaining energy raw materials. And of course Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan. Well, southern gas corridor, no, this one was already... Oh, yes. Gosh, I'm wasting time. But, Mr. Moderator, yes, actually here, maybe... So, ladies and gentlemen, this is figures regarding energy potential of Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan, because these are the countries which are most significant from the perspective of energy security of the region and development of its resources, energy resources. Again. And this chart is showing that actually war of Russia in Ukraine is this factor of changes, consequences of which we can see in various regions. But of course, Caspian region is here a region where conditions of the conflict are present, visible. Oh, like this. Or not. It buzzed. I wanted to show you the gas corridor, but I don't know. Yes. Yes, gosh, it was there. Don't let us mix the Lord in it. Maybe from here. Yes, yes. I'm not clicking anymore. So, ladies and gentlemen, here you can see in the map the infrastructural dimension, the southern gas corridor, which actually comes from Azerbaijan via Georgia, and of course, majority of this infrastructure goes through the territory of Turkey, and further on to Europe. It may transport, and it appears it will export more and more gas in relation to the agreement between Azerbaijan and the EU from 2022. But in my opinion, there is no possibility to increase it to 30 billion cubic meters of gas. I mean, this transfer. If you can see this second map, unless Trans-Caspian corridor is made, but we have a problem because Azerbaijan do not like Turkmenistan, and this Trans-Caspian pipeline has always been on the political agenda. It was in political concepts, but at this moment it is revived. It is revived because Turkmenistan is an excellent supplier of gas for Europe. Potential one. Why only potential? Because, as I said, we have a conflict between Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan about deposits placed in the middle between these countries on the Caspian Sea, and both claim rights to these sources. And we have a problem. However, we have another problem, because Turkmenistan is totally dependent on China. Here, the Chinese absolutely have penetrated the political, economic and energy system of Turkmenistan. So, if the EU, yes, just a moment. So, if the EU want to actually go into cooperation with Turkmenistan, they will have a new player here, not new old player. Somebody did it good for me. Political dimension, well, victory. I don't want to focus on this, but it is also important. The victory of Azerbaijan in the conflict with Armenia strengthened Azerbaijan politically. The actually force of Azerbaijan in negotiations is incredible. Well, in Dubai and Baku, oil business will have what to do. New contracts will be actually entered for sure. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, I don't want about this Nagorno-Karabakh. Okay, so I just wanted to show you one more slide. Yes, exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, continuation and changes. We have war in Nagorno-Karabakh. We have war in Georgia. Listen, these are Euro-Asian Balkans. These are the Euro-Asian Balkans. Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote about it. And anyway, corporations have not withdrawn from there. And paradoxically, war in Nagorno-Karabakh resulted in the fact that those pipelines from Azerbaijan went via Georgia, and Georgia is a winner here. Georgia is a winner in this situation. We will see further on what will be with Georgia, but it won on the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh because it has infrastructure on its own territory. Yes, coming to an end. I don't know. Yes. Exactly. So who wins, who loses? I already mentioned Azerbaijan won, Turkey, China always win. China always. Ladies and gentlemen, weak Russia, cheap raw material for China. But too strong Russia is too strong West. It's not best for China either. So China is winning always, but they are always careful. And who is losing? I am finishing in a moment. So who is losing? Russia at the moment, but Russia will return. Just look, it will return, not now, because they are busy, but Russia will return to South Caucasus and to the Caspian region. They will return. Of course, Armenia lost the war, so they are the loser. Georgia, we don't know. Georgia is being penetrated by Russia. We will see what it looks like. Continuation in infrastructure is emerging. Azeris hate Armenians still. The EU needs raw materials. Change. We have a war, and we have greater demand for raw materials from Caspian region. Thank you for your kind attention, and sorry for taking a few more minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Professor, for this very interesting presentation and the Caspian aspect. We are staying in the region, and let me invite Dr. Paweł Stawarz from Military Technical Academy to present the role of Azerbaijan in building energy security of Caucasus. Well, we will soon see if your studies are in line or are contradictory. Good afternoon. A very warm welcome to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the panel. And as it has been mentioned by the moderator, but also regarding my topic, it corresponds with my predecessor subject-wise, but well, more attention will be paid here at the question of Azerbaijan. So the subject was mentioned, the role of Azerbaijan in building energy security, both of the Caucasus, South Caucasus, and the EU. And initially, I think as such a point, so it's good to ask research question whether Azerbaijan is playing practically significant key role both regarding the Southern Caucasus as well as the EU. Here, certain or quite a lot of questions were mentioned by my predecessor, and in response to this question, I think we will be helped by verification by facts which I will later on convey to you. The research hypothesis which I wanted to put in this question, that Azerbaijan is playing key role regarding construction of energy security of Southern Caucasus, and a very significant role but one of more important elements of construction of building energy security of the EU, and also in line with this hypothesis which I wanted to put forth in the future. In my opinion, this role will be strengthened. And why? Because of three elements. It's the second part of the hypothesis, independent variables. So three elements, in my opinion. One element is what allowed Azerbaijan to become so developed regarding oil gas industry country. So it's assumptions and wise, in my opinion, taking into account the development of this energy politics. And the second thing is regaining control over the whole territory of the country, which was also mentioned, which strengthens its position and thus creates Azerbaijan as a more reliable and stable partner. And the last thing is the conflict war of Russia with Ukraine prospectively. So currently and perspectively for increasing the role of Azerbaijan as this element of building security in both areas. Maybe some intervention here on the phone by people who hear us on the internet, and about facts announced here, which I wanted to present, and on which finally we will be able to see whether this hypothesis will be verified partly or completely. So referring to the first element I mentioned, So this politics of Azerbaijan, if it is really so good, efficient, and if so, then why? So in my opinion, yes, and a few key questions. So firstly, assumptions of this energy policy. One is basing development of oil industry and then gas industry on cooperation with mainly with the West. Initially, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, post-Soviet countries which had energy raw materials like Azerbaijan or countries mentioned by my predecessor, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan. So practically two alternatives, because all of them did not have sufficient own funds to be able to be developing this industry on their own, to have it very strongly exploited by the Soviets. So profits had to be modernized deeply, and either the sources could be obtained by Azerbaijan from the West or from Russia. Azerbaijan, different from other countries emerging from the Soviet Union, chose the way of cooperation with, not Russia, with Western corporations, quite rightly feeling that perhaps politically safer would be cooperation. I mean, cooperation with Russia would be safer, but it would, it might end up in getting dependent and Russia taking over control over the power sector, which we see in case of other post-Soviet countries, which decided to go for the second option. That means using support from financial and technological support from Russia, plus exactly that also technology, Western technologies were and currently are much more modern than the Russian ones. So some two elements positive here, and the beginning of that way was contract of the century, which is now 30 years old, signed in 1994. So still in the first half of 1990s, thanks to which on the one hand we have Azerbaijan in the form of Sochar, so state giant to the scale of Azerbaijan, specialized in the area of excavating and obtaining oil and then gas, and on the other hand there were giants, huge corporations of global reach, Western ones like British Petroleum or American corporations. So here the capital and technology by all means were provided, and on the other hand Azerbaijan obtained technology and finance to quickly modernize and develop their oil industry, and on the other hand they assured for themselves the control over this industry, so that agreement, consortium agreement, was cleverly structured, where funds and technology would come from the West, but control on the Azeri side. Of course, profits proportionally shared. The other element, that means the question of, resulted in the quick modernization and the fact that Azerbaijan may benefit from their oil industry, and then similar structure was created regarding gas industry. The second element I mentioned in the hypothesis is the question of, well, strengthening the position of Azerbaijan thanks to regaining control over the whole lot of their territory. It was also mentioned in the former presentation. Just making it more precise, it was a question of the second war in Nagorno-Karabakh, and then what we watched in September 2023. First 2020, 2023, it is completing, regaining control over the Karabakh, earlier regaining control over adjacent territories and Nagorno-Karabakh, and total liquidation of structures, which was called Karabakh Republic, so Nagorno-Karabakh not recognized but actually functioning. This does not exist anymore, so this strengthens the position of Azerbaijan as a partner, and the conflict between Russia and Ukraine results in the fact, as it was mentioned, that the EU gave up majority, and as a target they are to fully give up deliveries from Russia, and Azerbaijan, thanks to the elements I mentioned before, is quite surprisingly a partner and one of the main suppliers. And what was actually highlighted those transport routes that Azerbaijan made use of the cooperation with the West to build those routes, both for gas and oil, and they can be used not only for transport of Azeri gas and oil, but also what Madam Professor mentioned prospectively, cooperation with Central Asian countries. And here, regarding Turkmenistan, it is beginning to break through this negative attitude, because an agreement was signed between Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan regarding exploitation, common exploitation of the deposits by Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan, and then we hear about transport of those through the corridor to the EU. So it is interesting from our EU perspective, and similar discussions are already in progress with Kazakhstan, although here the agreement, even the initial one, was not signed yet, but both parties here can see prospects, and as we know, money can even connect most conflicted parties. We have to see that Azerbaijan is a key element regarding building of the Southern Caucasus, and prospects open up of a pipeline via Armenia. There are also such plans that if the conflict is totally concluded and peace agreement is signed, then there will be, yes, ending. So it will be possible, and then the situation of Georgia will be under threat, because via Armenia it will be faster path than via Georgia, and pipelines via Georgia go additionally over 800 kilometers. So thank you for your kind attention, and I think that also for the EU, not to such extent, but like for the Southern Caucasus, but in the perspective of war between Russia and Ukraine, Azerbaijan is becoming more and more important element of energy security. Thank you, Doctor. We for sure will be monitoring what is happening in Caucasus and the Caspian Sea area from energy perspective. And we are back to our gas yard, and let me invite Dr. Tomasz Włodek to give his presentation on the role and prospects for development of natural gas in Poland during energy transformation. Well, Doctor, the floor is yours. Thank you very kindly. Yes, the presentation is on, and I will try to vividly present and the role of natural gas in energy transformation, to present it in the aspect of natural gas in power sector and the sector of biomethane, because these are the two sectors where natural gas will be playing a role in this transformation. Well, biomethane is actually not natural gas, but it will be playing significant role in this respect in Poland in the coming years. And regarding a few figures to start with, related to this presentation, our consumption of natural gas in Poland last year, all in all, it was 17.3 billion cubic meters. And what is significant in gas power sector, maximum generation capacity of gas units, which we have had in the system, and we do have it in the recent weeks, it is over 3 gigawatts. So 3.2 gigawatts, and regarding the next figure, it looks very pale compared to Europe. 0. This is the biomethane plants. Biomethane plants, actually, we have 380. And so the background for the presentation going on to the further, I wanted to show you the changes in import structure. We have gone through very strong transformation from 90% share of Russia to, as we look for 8 months in 2024, 51% of gas imported to Poland was delivered through Baltic pipe. Further 40% via LNG terminals. So here we can see that this structure has been changing significantly. This breakthrough year, it was 2022. Yes, invasion of Russia on Ukraine was impossible, but opening Baltic pipe plant for that year, which was a game changer, we may say, in supplying Poland in natural gas. And now, if we speak about natural gas, we for many years had a growing trend since 2005. The increase was rather slow, but since 2010 it speeded up. There was 14.5 billion cubic meters, and in 2021, when we went above 20 magic billion cubic meters, then there was a crisis. That means invasion of Russia on Ukraine and drastic drop in consumption of gas. Everybody were forced to change their attitude regarding natural gas, and we had significant drop down to less than 17 billion cubic meters, which actually bounced back. And in 2023, this trend is gradually coming to growing trend. And here, after this introduction, this main role, that means the main first role of gas in power sector. Here I'm using charts prepared by various think tanks. So this one is from Instrat, and how is the role of renewables increasing in energy system? Why renewables are so strictly related to gas? Because gas at the moment is the only stabilizer of lack of generation from the renewables, like President Onychimowski said, when the sun is not shining and the wind is not blowing. So here, referring to his words, who was saying that practically we need 15 gigawatts in gas, which will be working over 3 to 5% time in the year. This is the charm of gas units, that they will be the stabilizer for the system. Especially, we will see it in the chart, day chart, which will be visible in a moment, but about the growing role of gas in power sector and generally in energy mix. We can see it in Poland already, because we have an increase to 8%, less than 3, than 6 actually over the year. And here in this slide we can see this is the trend which is also visible in other European countries, and first of all in Germany, where in the following slide we can see it from 10 to almost 12%. So here the role of natural gas in power sector, which we may say will be the fuel, I will use the term some people don't like, permanently in transition. Some say permanent, I say... So this is showing us the increase in physical generation in gas units over the given years. And we can see in 2024 we have a leap increase. And this leap increase is resulting from launching for commercial work the Gryfino 9 unit and constantly testing Gryfino 10 unit, which together can generate 1.2 gigawatts of power to the system. So here the role of gas system will be increasing because we have to view it in the context of the whole system. We want to have more renewables, and the only stabilizer, if we don't have storage facilities for energy. Well, actually, we heard here about pumping top reservoir pumping stations, but if we are to talk of batteries, such quantities of energy to be returned to the system are related to hours in the day. But if in Dunkelflaut periods, we have to have readiness to return to the system even over a few days when the sun is not shining and when it's not blowing, if we talk of winter or late autumn. So for the time being, more renewables will result in more flexible generation capacity. So generally, what President Onimowski mentioned, more necessary power on the gas. And here, let me present in these two charts showing when this flexibility is most needed. If we have the chart of daily intake of power, this greater flexibility is more needed in the evening, especially when photovoltaics stops generating because of lack of sunshine. And then when you see on the chart on the right-hand side, when we have the peaks in generation from all our sources, gas sources. In Poland, we can see, first of all, this role of Gryfino 9 and Gryfino 10 units, which have a very significant role in generation. In gas, you can see it in the data from gas system. Actually, demanded consumption of gas in transfer, which in the second half of the year got increased very significantly. And there are these gas units, among others. And if we talk further on about gas units, well, graphics borrowed from Mr. Dembski regarding gas units. Plans are ambitious. Gryfino 9, Gryfino 10. We may say already, they are already in the system, we may say, but similar Czechnice in Siechnice power plant is on the final leap. But we have ambitious plans. Rybnik, Łagisza units in Kozienice, well, how big those units will be, and Ostrołęka, which actually was converted from coal to gas, and Grudziądz. I'm not talking of existing units like Włocławek, Płock. The capacity in gas will be increasing, and this will result in us using more of this gas. But how much? Well, so here we have forecasts, the forecast of gas system. And, well, first forecast was right after Russian invasion on Ukraine. And here we can see that it was to be 14.8 billion of gas going through the transfer system. It was 15.8. We have to differentiate gas through transfer system and total use in Poland, because part of gas in Poland is outside the transfer system. And for this year, probably it will be about 18 billion cubic meters, as everything suggests, and it was visible in the forecast of demand with gas system revised for this year. And where will be the peak? The peak will be at around 25 billion, I suspect, because the increase in consumption of gas related to launching further gas units will be significant. In the further years, it will be stabilization, and after 2040, gradual drop. But we will see how it will work in history. And here we can see the increase related, well, the chart borrowed also from gas system, showing us the scenarios of consumption of gas in cubic meters only for gas generation. These are billions and big figures totally. And how it looks in distribution systems. Situation is different here, because if we take individual recipients, we have increase. We had clean air. Everybody said, let's switch over from coal to gas. Now this tendency will be reverted slowly. But the question is, are we before or after the peak regarding consumption of gas by individual users? This drop will be visible regarding individual consumers, because we have regulations, EU legislation, the building. Yeah, I will speed it up. So, imposing further emission burdens for heating purposes. So here, quickly, if consumption of gas is to increase, we have to, for flexibility of the system, we have to increase storage capacity in Poland to 6 million. Well, regarding utilization of gas, this map looks a bit dangerous. This map of biomethane plants connected to the system. In Poland, we have 0 of them because the potential of Poland in biomethane is very big. As we can see, we have 4-something billion of the gas in Europe, so most of it is in distribution system connected to individual operators, and a small proportion in the transfer system. We have 1,300 biomethane plants in Europe, 20,000 biogas plants. In Poland, the figures are much lower, and biogas as a fuel which is renewable. It is definitely a great potential, and if we had gas plants generating electricity, they will be fully controllable. Biogas in generation of electrical energy is fuel which is fully controllable. And a few words only about the potential, because the potential of Polish production of biomethane is now estimated at the level of 3 billion cubic meters. So that is about 16% of demand of Poland for natural gas. It's quite a lot, and it is really worth struggling for. It is potential number 5 in Europe currently, and this is my last slide. So possibility for implementation, biomethane projects, what it will look like. So technical implementation and economic perspective, how many cubic meters it is in. So wrapping up, energy and biomethane, these are 2 strategic areas in the future of gas industry and economy and energy transformation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor, for this presentation, for showing what the perspective for gas, natural gas will look like. And we will see what it looks like with a permanent transition. And let me invite Mr. Bartosz Frydel to tell us about financing transformation and getting to this neutrality, a very important topic. Money is of interest for everybody. Thank you very much. We have a little time, so please allow me to, instead of fully supporting my opinions, I'll recall theses from other speakers. So now the opinion of Paweł Kowal, who said that in Europe we should be developing industry of emission neutral, so as to avoid coming dependent on PV panels from China. Then Mr. Maciej Kołaczkowski said that we have to be developing this industry because everybody wants to be a player in this market. So the reason is purely economical. We want to be earning money on this new emerging area of industry. After that, Professor Jerzy Buzek said that the EU is not able, although it is a strategic challenge to build this industry, is not capable of building such a complex response as that of the US when passing Inflation Reduction Act, and at least for the reason that the EU cannot enter the autonomy of member states regarding taxation, so it doesn't have technical or legal possibility to grant tax relief at the EU level. And for that reason, the current ecosystem, legal ecosystem, which is supporting technology going to emission-free in Europe is very distributed. We have Net Zero Industrial Act, Critical Materials Act. We have legal acts which initially were not aimed at supporting this industry, but finally it appeared that the Commission, in line with their priorities, just in this way is using these acts. And a very good example here will be foreign subsidy, which the Commission is using especially for fighting against excessively subsidized photovoltaic panels from China and more common gas turbines from China. And, ladies and gentlemen, in this ecosystem of legal acts, we now miss, in long-term dimension, we miss one element and utilization of one need. EU states in the elaborations that building this new industry will not be possible without financial interventions from the state, and we miss data which would totally show how much would be needed. But estimations prepared on 6 selected technologies show that only in 2023 till 2030 those financial needs will between 16 and 18 billion euros, whereas the Commission say that in reality it will be much more money because of technologies which we will want to build. There are many more in numbers, but in the EU, to grant public funding, we have to have foundations for it because we have the public support law, which interferes in, interfering in member states in their economies. The next challenge for the speaker, director from Ministry of Climate and Environment, Mr. Szymon Biliński, said that he keeps going to conferences and people say that they want money for biomethane, in the second conference for hydrogen and further on for everything. So the question is where from to obtain these funds. If Mr. Director was present here, I would surprise him because I want to say something what in most cases it is not mentioned. I want to encourage you to stop thinking in the EU about supporting economy in the context of a race inside Europe for granting subsidies, and especially granting industrial subsidies. So such subsidies which to a greatest extent disturb internal market. In legal categories, we hear about fragmentation of internal market in the EU. This based on the fact that differences between the individual regions, rather than shrinking, are growing all the time. And from Polish perspective, it is based on the fact that Germany, being a country with very deep fiscal space, are deepening the difference in comparison to other countries which cannot afford equally intense financing of own economy. And my opinion is that we should end with inter-European race for subsidies, but at the same time I'm not mentioning that public subsidizing is not necessary. It is necessary, and let me refer to Ms. Honorata Nyga-Łukaszewska, the economist, yesterday said that she would development of markets to be decided by the market, by economic factors, but she knows it is not possible. And we need this interference of the state, and nobody is negating it. But the point is for this financing to be granted in such a way which will not lead to further fragmentation of internal market, such prevalence of countries like Germany and France. Yet another thesis which was uttered by Professor Jerzy Buzek. I completely agree. I was building my professional experience in the European Commission. Poland currently has very strong power, breakthrough power, and capacity to build coalitions, and it has the capacity to push through own ideas at the European level. On the other hand, over the recent months, through the recent half half year, quite a lot of discussion emerged about what I'm discussing here now, negative outcome of the energy race for internal subsidies. April 2024, actually a report of Enrico Letta appeared, former Prime Minister of Italy, Much More Than Single Market was the title, where the Prime Minister proposed us to end talking of public support and to talk more about funding at European level. The message was for every member state granting public support to be obliged to pass on 25% of the volume of this support to common kitty, from which projects would be funded of European significance, like development of industry of technologies, neutral emission-wise, and a report long-awaited, report by Mario Draghi, so a person with great influence in the EU. And what's more, this report was presented at the conference together with Ursula von der Leyen, so we may guess that it already has the support of European Commission. And in this report, Mario Draghi again warned from supporting of internal market and included, this wrapping up nicely what I wanted to say during this conference. Please allow me to quote a piece of report translated by me into Polish. So Mario Draghi said that public support should be used for projects of common interest and common financing of transborder projects, but in other cases we should withhold granting public support because this leads to fragmentation of the internal market. So, this is what I would like you to take away from my brief input. Firstly, let's recognize in Poland that we are not a country which can equally intensely influence our economy like Germany and France. Let's remember that we have a very strong position in the EU. We can promote our own solutions. Let's recognize trends regarding public funding, which was expressed in these two reports. That means by Enrico Letta and the report by Mario Draghi. And let's equalize the problem that we do not have so deep pockets as other countries. Let's think of funding development of emission-neutral industries based on EU funding or common funding among a few countries, as it is currently present in IPCEI area. That means projects of common interest, or for example, in crisis framework of state support, which demand of member states to grant public support, at least in the group of 2 or 3 member states. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bartosz, for this presentation. Financial issues are always raising certain controversies and interest and discussions. A pity we do not have time for a broader discussion, because actually time for our panel has come to its end. So kind thanks to panelists, first of all, for presenting the results of your work and research work, and to the audience, thanks for listening to this input. Thank you very much, and see you at the following panels.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców, uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów w tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców, uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów w tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców, uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów w tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy Zespół Ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców, uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów w tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców, uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów w tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców, uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów w tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców, uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów w tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców, uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów w tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.
PGE, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, to lider transformacji energetycznej w Polsce, największy producent energii ze źródeł odnawialnych i wiodąca firma w budowie morskich farm wiatrowych. PGE to także strażnik bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Grupa PGE zapewnia pracę ponad 40 000 osób. Wartość społeczna, która nie ma wymiaru ilościowego, to nieprzerwane i bezpieczne dostawy energii elektrycznej i ciepła. PGE jako lider wytwarzania energii elektrycznej i cieplnej, dystrybucji energii i obrotu ma znaczący wpływ na procesy gospodarcze zachodzące w Polsce oraz na jakość i koszt życia obywateli. Dlatego grupa PGE nieustannie inwestuje w najefektywniejsze technologie, aby gospodarstwa domowe i firmy miały jak najtańszą energię. Transformujemy polską energetykę, minimalizując jej wpływ na środowisko naturalne.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców, uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
Witam Państwa serdecznie.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. In a special moment of our conference, we will be handing in the awards in the competition of scientific posters. The competition is actually linked to the event for many years. I remember posters hanging in the room where we had our meal and coffee. Jury spent hours to evaluate posters and then manually calculated points. But for a few years we have a poster session online, and it is going on very well. It's a great opportunity for young researchers to not only be at a conference, but also to experience presenting their studies. This year, posters in the English language were approved, and we got those from Ukraine and Italy. Exceptionally many posters were this year, almost 30. I don't remember last time having so many of them. And jury, well, Dr. Hanna Sommer and Dr. Anna Bałamut and myself, that means Professor Paweł Borkowski, we have been working long and intensely, and I would like to thank members of the jury for their effort. And ladies and gentlemen, we decided to grant the following awards. This year, for the first time, next to symbolic awards of recognition and for participation in the conference, we had pecuniary prizes. So it's my great pleasure as head of the jury to announce the laureates and handing in the prizes. The first place was taken by Kasper Bednarz, recovery of heat from home installations. Dr. Ruszal and Ms. Bałamut is kindly requested to help me. Big hand. The poster was excellent. Kasper represents Rzeszów University of Technology. He actually played at the home pit. Poster by Piotr Liszewski and Miłosz Wasilewski took the second place, representing Bydgoszcz University of Technology, named after Jan and Andrzej Śniadycki. Role of energy cooperatives in building sustainable. Well, let me invite the winners. Well, a small surprise, because they have been invited to the conference. Then the third place was taken by posters of Sofia Berdyszyńska and Krystyna Bucińska from Łazarski's University. It was titled Energy 5.0, Look into the Future of Renewable Energy Sources. Welcome, ladies. Once again, I would like to thank the jury, and I hope at the 10th edition of the conference we will be able to do some wrap-up of this form of activity and popularizing results of the research work. I'd like to congratulate all the laureates and all participants, and wishing participants to the next panel success. I'm handing over the floor to you. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, I also wanted, on behalf of the whole team, to thank Professor Paweł Borkowski for chairing the work of the jury. Thank you very kindly, Professor. Big hand for Professor. And let me invite moderator for the next panel. Ja przymknę, ale tylko przymknę, bo się nie chcę udusić. A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, at Thematic Panel Role of Green Energy and Energy Security of Poland. And without further ado, the first speaker will be Mr. Maciej Bukowski from Center of European Policy Analysis. And the topic of his input will be German strategy and outcome and for the energy policy in Europe. Thank you kindly. Do we have presentation available? Yes, great. Can I get the clicker? Yes, actually, good. So, honorable ladies and gentlemen, thank you very kindly for the invitation. It's a great pleasure after 3 years to be at so important a conference. And the topic I wanted to, deepen today, which is very important, and for some reason it escaped attention of authorities in Poland, although we have been talking a lot about hydrogen. It is the topic of basically how demand and supply for hydrogen could appear, what could be the input, and some suggestion is already in the title of this presentation, but rather than boring you with the technicalities, I would like to share with you some observations and conclusions from a couple dozen meetings I participated in various roles over the recent 2 years, first as a member of the staff of Ministry of Climate, then of a member of BGK in SIPA, where I'm a fellow, but also in relation to my research program, which I'm doing now at Jagiellonian University. And this specific topic is absolutely of key importance for future of hydrogen. And actually, I regret that we are not talking more about this. That means how, if ever, conditions may appear for green hydrogen, which is a dream of decarbonization in Europe and outside it, would authentically become the content of it. And why Germany? We know very well that the pain in hydrogen economy is that it is extremely expensive still. Green hydrogen is the most expensive form of hydrogen and probably a source of energy we have available at the current level of development of low emission technology technologies, but the Germans in 2020, 4 years ago, still before the war in Ukraine, before the invasion of Russia, came to the conclusion that as a target, if they are to decarbonize, without hydrogen they cannot do it. Well, seemingly quite right in opinion, and this is what the Germans insist on. Nevertheless, the war, which appeared, pushed this still more to the extreme, because in the document actually passed in 2020, which outlines the framework on what the German strategy, hydrogen strategy, looks like and what are its objectives. And it was pointed at the fact that the future of German industry is green hydrogen. However, at the same time, it is pointed at the fact that Germany would ever be able to obtain this hydrogen by themselves. So if actually these plans are to come true over the nearest couple dozen years, German industry is to get transferred into green hydrogen, they will have to import it in vast amounts. And we are moving on to the most interesting elements of this discussion from our perspective. That means the fact that, firstly, this strategy is based on certain assumptions which may come true and may not, because there is a lot of forecast in it. So foreseeing how the situation will actually roll on. The one assumption is that costs will drop and demand will increase. But okay, yes. However, for the goals to be operationalized, specific figures and assumptions have been assumed. On how German economy will have to put the situation in steps. Decarbonization till capacity. Well, 4 years ago we talk of 5 gigawatts, now about 10. Demand for hydrogen in industry alone in Germany is at the level of 35, and in 2027 transfer capacity, they want to have 1,800 kilometers of hydrogen network till 2027, 28. We are not talking of pipelines which were transporting gas, and now hydrogen would replace the first basket. The second basket, let me call it, is the question of where from actually to obtain the hydrogen, which is in short supply, because even 10 gigawatts will not be sufficient to cover the needs of German industry alone. Let me highlight one thing which is absolutely of key importance today when we talk of hydrogen in Europe. It is a kind of tendency to notice that certain countries tend to focus on certain branches of economy more than on others, like the French focus on mobility, they test trains, they test buses, and the Germans realize, and in my opinion also, having heard many lectures on it, it's more realistic an assumption by the fact that production and consumption of the hydrogen geographically concentrated has more chance rather than when we struggle with costs of transfer, because transfer is the highest level component. So German assumption is either we will be producing hydrogen locally and consume it where it is needed, for example in petrochemical and heavy industry, in automotive, when producing cars, and in this scope where the Germans will not be able to do it on their own, they will be importing this hydrogen. And now, related to ourselves, in a second, if I may, have 3 minutes, 9 billion euros was invested by the Germans already in infrastructure and R&D, and they already have agreements signed, not all strictly binding, but with quite a number of countries for importation or for production in future of green hydrogen in countries which do not have appropriate infrastructure yet, but they have excellent weather conditions to build a lot of wind farms or a lot of photovoltaics, which then would have to help in production of green hydrogen in the countries from which it would be imported to Europe. And now lots of agreements have been signed with so distant and exotic countries like Australia, Namibia, Namibia, closer to us, Norway, and I recently talked to a representative of Embassy of Denmark in France, who actually explained to me that we consider them with turbines and sustainable development. They already have signed documents with the German government based on which they plan drastic expansion of their machinery park in order to produce green hydrogen, which will travel not a long way because to the nearest neighbor country. And now we are practically coming to the clue of the topic, which is closest to us here. What in all that could Poland do, or what can it have in the chain of value, which is only growing? And it is theoretical because what we are discussing is future, not day-to-day. But a very important element of this jigsaw puzzle is the problem of hydrogen corridors. The corridors which we have to highlight here are not a project of German government, but of an association of transfer network operators who see that gradually we are going away from gas. So if really hydrogen is to appear, to exist, it's to their interest to manage and to have the network for transfer of hydrogen to be established, which would be transferring hydrogen from other countries in Europe or to places, for example, where ships will be transporting green ammonia from those exotic countries. And why is it important? Not only because, as I heard from a Norwegian engineer, it's probably the greatest pan-European infrastructural project since the time when the Germans were building roads. Well, it may be an exaggeration, but quite funny comparison. But the fact that until 2040, it is supposed to be almost 30,000 kilometers of pipelines built or converted from already existing gas pipelines into those which can transport hydrogen. It is, well, a neck-breaking project, but it already has coverage in documents based on which EU, because actually, well, 300 billion, it's an estimation. Nobody can state how much it will cost, but nevertheless, the amount appearing doesn't mean that it will need the support of public sector. These corridors are not a theory. There are 5 of them, and they are not only very specifically outlined, but also companies which are to build them, because the work has not started, at least the physical work has not started yet, but entities from countries through which they go and which would be involved have been selected. Each of them is a separate basket, separate project, and for example, our gas system is of course also fortunately involved in this project. A big information for gas system from the beginning of this year that Nordic Baltic corridor, which as a target would be pumping this hydrogen from Finnish Lapland, got the EU stamp and was enrolled on the list of TCI projects, which then can apply for EU money to be implemented. Sorry, but due to limited time, so if you allow me 30 seconds only, I'm concluding already. So the topic is drastically long, so I just touch it on the surface. Nevertheless, what I would like to tell you at the end, that Germany quite diligently built all this project, both funding it from own budget through H2 global program, the money which will be building quite soon the whole infrastructure in countries which cannot afford funding it on their own, for example, Namibia. But what is important for us, let me move on to the last slide to tell you briefly. So the basic reason why I chose this topic, well, if actually the whole chain of value is appearing in front of our eyes, gradually, slowly, but there are market signals which actually tend us to believe that if demand and supply appear as a target, we should consider what Polish companies and Poland in general can do in this area. This dialogue is missing. What is also missing is mapping the whole issue so that we as a country can say, okay, let us build electrolyzers because the Germans need, and imported from the UK, where they are very expensive. Let's build a relationship with German companies so that we do not need to chase the train which has already gone. And last word, I will have to escape in a moment, so if somebody would like to discuss this topic, you're encouraged to contact me afterwards. Thank you very much also for a very interesting input. And next next speaker will be Alicja Michalska, who participated in today's edition of poster session, and she will be presenting the topic From Waste to Resources, Energy Transformation and Recycling of Nuclear Fuel. Thank you very much for this invitation, and currently we are facing challenges related to environmental protection and searching for efficient methods of obtaining energy. And in my opinion, in this context, recycling of nuclear fuel soon, if not now, over the nearest decades, will form a very significant element. Global demand for energy keeps growing only, and we don't know what future generations will be struggling with, and also depriving future generations of energy, which is included in nuclear waste, by storing them is unfortunately not an efficient method. Natural resources of uranium are significant, but like with oil, gas or coal, are not unlimited. What can we do to firstly most efficiently use our natural resources, secondly reduce the volume of the waste which we have to be storing, and thirdly reduce their radiotoxicity? This is what I would like to tell you about today, but before we move on to it, just a brief introduction of what nuclear fuel is. When we talk of nuclear fuel, we think of a mix of two isotopes of uranium, 238 and 235, whereas the latter is isotope which is actually subject to chain reaction, and from it we strictly take this energy. After fuel campaign, after production in the used nuclear fuel, we have a mix of greater number of isotopes. It's first of all uranium-238, but also 235, about 1% of various isotopes of plutonium, and 4% of other products, neptunium, mercury, and other products of this process. And what can we do with such used fuel? Well, first of all, we can be storing it, which is the most popular method today, but we may also recover plutonium and uranium included in them. In it, the fuel, which can be used in further cycle, and we can also utilize the remaining uranium-238, remaining both from production campaign as well as from production of enriched nuclear fuel, to create nuclear fuel through plutonium-239. But we can also reduce radiotoxicity of the other waste, which we cannot utilize through transmutation processes. About geological storage, you know, I'm sure, and due to limited time, let us move to the next point, the issue of chemical methods of processing nuclear fuel, and representative here being Purex process and its options, variations. It's the most popular methods of processing, comprising three basic stages. Firstly, mechanically we cut the fuel rods and dissolve them in acids. Then we separate all components of the mix, and then we extract plutonium and uranium. This method actually has got many variations. Coax is most important, where we reduce the risk of proliferation, because plutonium, if it goes to wrong hands, it can be used for military purpose. So thanks to this, we can simply prevent this. And other methods are based on focus on separating specific products which we would like to recover. But why, in general, we are doing this? Why we are recovering plutonium and uranium? Well, so through from extracted plutonium and uranium, we can create MOX fuel, fuel which is a mix of oxides of these two elements. This is a new method. It is in place since 1972, and over 40 reactors have been using this fuel. And currently, globally, it's about 2% of consumption of nuclear fuel, and in France alone, it is as much as 10%. But plutonium can also be created in cupping reactors. And what is necessary for this? Uranium-238, which is fuel generating reactor and process named transmutation. That means converting one isotope into another one. What is it based on? Well, uranium-238. If it actually consumes a fast neutron, it turns into uranium-239, and then it is the reaction of beta. We get neptunium with a similar process down to plutonium-239, and thanks to this, utilizing the former method, we can extract plutonium and use it in the next production campaign. I guess something. But we can use process of transmutation for a reduction of radiotoxicity of the remaining waste, and for this purpose we use reactors with ADS system. Such a set comprises a reactor in subcritical state, accelerator of protons, and source of neutrons. The proton emitted by accelerator gets to the source of neutrons, which can be a block of heavy metal, for example lead, as a result of which neutrons in a way get disconnected. And if now those highly reactive are put in the stream of the neutrons, further processes will be going on until we obtain stable isotopes. And now a brief wrap-up of all these methods which I have presented. If we talk of geological storage, undoubtedly the benefit of this way is, first of all, its safety. But unfortunately here, utilization of natural resources here is non-efficient. A great proportion of the energy is stored back underground. When talking of the remaining processes, their clear benefit is reusing the energy, but there is a risk of actually taking over the plutonium and using it for military purposes. Additionally, those methods are costly, and economically they are not quite profitable. But let's keep in mind that we don't know what the situation will look like over the coming several decades, and recycling of nuclear fuel may prove profitable but also necessary. Thank you. I also thank you very much for your input. Extremely interesting topic and good for the future. Next speaker will be Maciej Brązowski from Rzeszów University of Technology. Current state and forecasts for development and challenges for wind generation of energy in Poland. Welcome, the floor is yours. So, like the moderator mentioned, I wanted to touch on the current state, forecasts and challenges for wind energy generation in Poland, because in this respect we, the country, have a big potential, and it shows the current actual state of the matter. Well, my agenda will be showing the current status, then I will move on to forecasts, and I will focus more on challenges related to development of wind energy generation. And I'll briefly mention wind energy and energy security of Poland, and then conclusions and wrap up. As we know, we are part of the EU, and As we know, since recently, the goals of the EU have changed a little bit, and now out of 255 gigawatts installed capacity, we will have to do as much as 500. So the annual increase must be about 35 gigawatts annually. So as a country, we will have to participate in it. And here I have good news. I've got good news because, as you can see in the presentation, the current state of wind electricity generation was to be at 8.6 gigawatts power, according to PEF. But today it is 10 gigawatts of installed capacity plus one in production, so we can count roughly 11, but 10 is the current value, and going on, forecast for development of wind power generation, as I noticed, it's increase in installed capacity, dynamic development of offshore, increasing onshore investment, and loosening regulations. Here, I mean, we have to mess up less and let wind generation live. What are the challenges related to the fact that the greatest challenge is the necessity to update strategic documents because, as we know, as I mentioned, PEC assumed 6.8 gigawatts capacity from wind on land. It is not up to date because, as we know from the presentation, it is almost 10, and we may even dare say 11 now. And after modification of the law last year, experts that it will be possible to reach from 18 to 20 gigawatts, and the sector can see a great potential for 2040 regarding land and sea. Next problem is a long time of waiting for licenses and extension. Based on data, we can conclude that the period of preparing paperwork and approvals in case of on-land wind farms, it is from 5 to 7 years. In case of offshore, it is almost 13 years. And investors often struggle, for example, with dozens of laws. For example, there are 11 decision-making bodies and over 100 of documents. Paperwork is a great obstacle, interfering too much in wind generation these years. So that's blocking us. And the next problem are regulatory and legal barriers. There is a lot of stress and a lot of interference in mapping and changing the distance law, which is keeps being modified. It is a problem, and we have to keep waiting for the law to get stabilized. Then we will be able to better map and distribute wind farms. And what else? Well, for sure, there are EU directives, and let us move on to updating strategic documents. Here I wanted to show you the state, which was in 2021, what were the estimations, and for 2030, and the situation now, estimations created by Polish Association of Wind Energy Generation. These charts differ quite strongly, and these estimations from PSEW in a year's time will only be growing. For 2040. It is not a gap, but an avalanche, and I would only like to tell you that we have to keep investing a lot and focus currently on new trends and development of renewables in Poland. Thank you for your kind attention. I would also like to thank you for your input regarding the renewables and development of the technology. Certain problems appear related to transfer network, transfer grid, and we will get answer in this respect from Kasper Bednarz, who is next. panelist from Rzeszów University of Technology. And his title is Potential of Cable Pooling in the Context of Green Energy in Poland. Good afternoon. Today I would like to present to you, as moderator mentioned, potential of cable pooling in green power sector. So, just as an introduction, what cable pooling is, it is a combination of various renewables sources which are focused in one connecting point, and thanks to this solution, through one transfer connection, we can serve at the same time several sources of energy, among others the solar or wind power generating plants which are in close vicinity. When talking of cable pooling, we also have to mention development of renewable energy in Poland. Here, looking at the charts, one may notice that in 2023, share of coal, among others, in electrical energy of Poland was 63%. It is the highest result from the recent years, whereas the share of renewable energy sources was as much as 27%. And looking at the forecast of energy policy of Poland until 2040, if we maintain a similar pace of drop in these raw materials, in 2040, coal will be responsible for about 9% of share in energy system of Poland, whereas renewable sources will be at the level of about 50%. In 2023, one of the key elements of why this distribution looks, as you can see here in this chart, is among others a great increase of installed capacity. Among others, these were photovoltaic panels in households, and also a big share of hydro generation, which provided about 25% more energy than the year before. Let's now move on to characteristics of cable pooling. As we know, energy obtained from wind and from photovoltaic panels mainly depends on weather conditions, and unfortunately those systems not always can work at full capacity. Our system, unfortunately, is adjusted to conventional power plants, which are actually working continuously in their full capacity. And here, actually, the problem appears that if we want to possibly most optimize energy from renewables and avoid losses of efficiency, which is then translated into costs of operation of such a system and also on tariffs for the recipients, we have to enable investors in renewables to connect sources and energy storage facilities, total capacity exceeding the theoretical capacity of such a system. This will allow the increase of potential of renewables, and it will minimize losses which will be appearing in such systems. Here we can see the option of connecting the system of renewables, and here in a solution being cable pooling, we can apply various solutions of connection. It can be photovoltaic panels, wind turbines, but also energy storage facilities. And what's more, this type of solution can also introduce energy from hydrogen in the form of electrolyzers. The technology constantly developing, so there is room for it to be utilized. Speaking of technical issues, we must not forget about formal legal aspects. Like my colleague mentioned here, in case of wind generation, actually they slow down this development a little bit, and we have to find regulations which will allow more efficient operation in this question. And the main aspect here being relations with investors who are taking up investment in renewables, and among others it is funding, settlement of accounts, and responsibility for the system and using this infrastructure, and also questions related to insurance, management, and conservation of the whole system. And it's also worth mentioning barriers here, which disturb the possibility of the cable pulling process in Poland to go efficiently and faster. Among others, it is lack of technical conditions. It is a question of overloading transfer lines, and it is also a shortage of funds for creating new networks and creating new connection capacity. Here I wanted to mention increasing efficiency of connecting capacity by applying storage facilities. It makes sense only in two questions. If prices of selling energy are high, then we have profit resulting from it, and when subsidies appear for energy storage facilities, because as of today these are systems which are very expensive, and we need support systems which will allow purchasing a greater number of such storage facilities of energy. And here, very briefly, recommendations. The renewable energy sources should actually be supporting one another and not compete. Well, here we have work in full time, systems of supporting for energy storage facilities and electrolyzers, what I mentioned. And funds are needed in order to acquire, among others, energy storage facilities, and also in utilizing connecting capacities by companies. And very briefly, conclusions. These are, among others, increasing cable pooling will allow us to increase energy efficiency, optimize utilization of resources, and it will also allow us to reduce the gap after coal and reduce importation of fossil fuels. It is also related to savings in expansion of the grid, because using one connecting point we will be able to connect several systems, installations. And thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much for very interesting input. Now let me ask Mr. Filip Ferenc from Rzeszów University of Technology to give his presentation and speech titled "The Role of Local Governments about Promoting Green Energy." Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I think that to start with, very brief thanks that here we've had 2 days of very responsible and interesting discussions, and in spite of that, there is always open room for us. That means those panels with actually a comment according to young generation. I think it is very important, and I'm very glad that we have room for discussion also in such among such people who are entering this subject area only. And I would like to start from quotation or reference to the first day of the conference to Mr. Prime Minister Buzek, who used a statement that this energy is a product. And yes, really, I think that we may agree with this, and we can also agree with the fact that this young generation want to buy products at a lower price. So it seems to me that that's why this discussion and the idea for this panel, and also the topic of my input, because I would like to talk about, tell you about how important this role is of local governments, and to bottom up get involved in promotion of green energy by each of us, and local governments alone, thanks to their competences and the possibilities, they have certain scope, total scope of spatial planning and managing public resources. This actually influences them having direct influence on implementation of energy policy on their territory, in their region. But in spite of them, these are new challenges for them, new goals, and first of all, new threats, because if all that is developing, we can expect also new dangers in this respect and new risks. Because if we are talking about funding and supporting these projects, then the mobilization of funds related to this green energy, here we are talking both of domestic and European funds. They may be subsidizing the local initiatives, and example being clean air, I mean replacement of old heat sources by new technologies. And so this subsidy and support of the renewable projects, renewable sources, will be the main goal regarding the role of those local governments in the subject of transformation. Yes, so we'll be talking about these three main bullet points. So what I mentioned at the beginning, mobilization of the funds and subsidizing local energy initiatives, and of course helping in filling in forms, applications, when we actually address European funds. This education and social awareness is yet another very important area. I would even dare say it's something of key importance regarding local governments, because when we hear a statement like green construction or low-emission transport, always it signals to us something, yes, really green and something really related to this transformation. It can even be construction of the stations for filling electrical vehicles, but it's enough to look at the competition from the first day, parallel to this conference, of the most energetic local government, where applications from all over Poland came and projects being brought enough so that they can be inspiration for the whole country, in the fact that we may be aiming at being a bit more friendly for the environment, which is very important. And back to the possibilities of the local governments, the sustainable urban planning, they will have a key role to play in spatial planning, which allows us to integrate renewables with the durable policy for development of towns and municipalities. So we will be implementing the so-called smart city. And when we look at a slightly broader perspective, then first of all, what speaks for us, our need to go towards development of this sector supported by local governments. So first of all, when we are developing locally such technologies, so we actually provide ourselves with security of supply of energy, and we have more influence on prices of it in our region. Definitely it will also be influencing improvement of quality of life and independence, which very often we see that people are choosing environment which is less urbanized, and I think it is a very important point. So therefore it is pretty high in this range of points of view, and it is also a positive influence on the condition of municipalities and households which will be in there, because as we can expect following development where the growth of the whole region is, and of course new opportunities of this development appear in this territory. And this subject of protection of natural environment, so we will also be talking here about reduction of emissions. And in the country, such many municipalities worked out models to support this modernization or transformation into green power sector. More and more popular will be various crowdfunding projects or also PPP projects. That means public-private partnership, where programs are implemented based on private funds of institutions which want to support development of the given region. In this subject, it will be the end. So just as a wrap-up regarding local governments, there will be many ways and opportunities to fund projects of so-called civic power sector. That means those issues related to local governments, which will also influence improvement of energy efficiency and construction of micro and small installations of renewables. Thank you very much. I also thank you. A very important aspect is the role of the smallest units of local organization. That means local governments in building green energy. During former presentations, the subject of price of energy and energy storage was mentioned. So let me ask Piotr Plata from Institute of Energy Policy, ecological role of technological review, ecological storage of energy as a strategic element. Well, thank you for such an introduction. It was to be a technological review, but I wanted to start from how we define energy security. I wanted to start from this, but as Professor Borkowski said this morning at the panel, strict definition of energy security does not exist. We are not able to create one, at least until now. Many people are working on it. And what European Agency of Energy is proposing is that energy security is the state of economy where we can actually cover the demand for fuels and electrical energy, at the same time maintaining technical, economic, and rules and environmental protection. One thing is for certain, that energy security is subject to evaluation, and here I wanted to ask your attention at two charts on the right-hand side. The first of them, the one at the top, presents how European Energy Committee is evaluating Europe. They insist that 25 countries in Europe are not energy safe, and below we can see the risk index of Poland compared to all OECD countries, and here we also have what to work on. We know what energy mix in Poland looks like, and it is worthwhile looking at the charts on the left-hand side. These are charts for security of supply of copper and nickel. So most important elements necessary for electrification and green technologies. Well, here it is very low value, so it is worth considering it. And we know for sure that smart technologies are those which form a foundation of security of every country. And since 2020 until now, until 2024, for smart grids alone and smart energy storage facilities. Over $100 billion were spent, and prospects for until 2030 is that further $150 billion will be spent on energy storage facilities alone, and the number of solutions are growing, and that of available technologies for average citizen. And on the right-hand side, we can see charts presenting German market showing state for 2017 with a 10-year perspective. This was supposed to be a technological review, but due to time limiting us, I will not focus so much on each of these technologies. I just wanted to tell you that peak pumping power plants are one of the most important energy storage facilities with a capacity of about 200 gigawatts installed, and at the same time very important is also storage of heat energy, and technologies are going very fast forwards, and prospect for 2030 is that in case of investment, the level of $30 billion, we will be able to triple the installed capacity in heat energy storage facilities, which is a very important aspect in the grid. And here I would like to focus more on batteries, on battery cells, because here on the right-hand side of the presentation you can see they and the pumped storage facility, pumped hydro, will be the pillars of energy storage, because they provide high capacity and long-lasting assurance of them in the grid. Batteries are also closer to my heart, because at Warsaw University of Technology I'm doing electrochemical testing on them. This is a really hot topic. As you can see in the top right-hand corner, you can see a setup on how storage facilities are going to be changing, so that in net zero 2050 we can reach this level, and out of all energy storage facilities, battery cells have the greatest increase until 2050. Already now, the increase of installed capacity and number of batteries for energy storage, both industrial and domestic, is increasing very fast, at a very fast pace, and you can see it for the recent 5 years especially. This is the leap increase, and lithium-ionic batteries are dominating the whole market, and they are most prone to modification and improvement. There is, however, yet another side to the coin. I mean, shifting to the battery is based on rare earth metals. They are present in many places on the globe, and they are relatively equally spread all over the world, but actually electrodes are totally dominated by China, and the question is whether it is going hand in hand with energy security. Isn't it becoming dependent on one country, monopolizing a market and losing energy sovereignty? And there is another part to this problem. It is the fact that some rare earth elements we will run short of them to reach the energy security goals, assuming that consumption will be as high as it is now. The greatest problem is with lithium, which until 2050 we will miss about 200,000 tons. Well, we have to reduce consumption of lithium or optimize it so that use of it is more efficient, and here technology appears which is only toddling, technology of recycling batteries, recovery of lithium from used batteries, and currently the market of lithium recycling is at the level of $10 billion. Well, in 10 years it will be quite a big increase, but not as big as the number of batteries which will be made, and which and lithium we will be still excavating. And the breakthrough appeared to be lithium polymer batteries, smaller with higher density, compared to lithium-ionic batteries. And besides this, there was long experiment where anode is made from metallic lithium, but this increases the usage of lithium or from other metals, but they appeared not to be too safe and they cannot be used in a very large scale in industry. I will avoid dwelling on it too long. I wanted to tell you about a new battery trend I'm involved in. These are batteries where anode is made from biocarbon from municipal waste, for example, through various technologies of processing, increasing porosity and conductivity. We obtain an anode, which in the battery displays quite good results. On the right-hand side, you can see comparison of lithium-ionic battery compared to battery where anode is made from biocarbon. And on the left-hand side, you can see a chart showing drop of efficiency of Colombian batteries following the increased number of cycles of the battery. The anode in the battery was made from biocarbon coming from nut shells. So as you can see, the battery capacity is dropping, but it is stabilizing about the cycle. And I encourage you to trace this topic because it seems to be very interesting and pro-developmental. And that's all from me today. Thank you very kindly. I also thank you very much. I must agree with the speaker according to energy security. It is linked to economic issues and rare earth metals. So moving on to rare earth metals, we will hear from Piotr Rzeszów from Ignacy Łukasiewicz in geo-economical exclusion of lithium for the future of automotive industry. Geo-economic importance of lithium, cobalt and nickel for the future of automotive industry. Mr. Piotr Leszczyński. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Regarding today's topic, I would like to present, as it was mentioned, geo-economical importance of lithium, cobalt and nickel for the future of the automotive industry. I'm glad that the topic of my predecessor was about batteries, because I will also do my best to devote some time at the very beginning of my presentation to various types of batteries, however, from a slightly different perspective. I would like to ask your attention at the values. About batteries I'm working on. There are lithium-ionic batteries, which are in the market most common. About 95% of batteries even are lithium-ion batteries, whereas out of batteries which are gaining quite an importance in automotive industry are those made from nickel, manganese and cobalt, and especially here China is beginning to significantly speed up these projects, and even some batteries are used in Tesla 3 models. However, the main element I wanted to ask your attention at are issues of elements of critical raw materials which are present in various batteries. If we are talking of lithium-ion batteries, we are talking of mainly those made. Of course, there are many other elements, but I focused on cobalt, lithium and nickel. Great value is in manganese, of course, also, but if we look at lithium, it practically is present in almost every type of batteries people work on today, and it forms a specific importance for development of automotive industry. As we may notice, out of 6 batteries, Lithium is included in 4 kinds, nickel and cobalt is included in 2 kinds of batteries. From this perspective, regarding development of batteries in automotive industry, taking into account technology, maturity of the technology and economic issues, it is assumed that in short-term perspective, main batteries will still be lithium-ion batteries and 2 kinds of batteries which have been mentioned earlier. In medium term are the batteries which may go, solid-state batteries which may go in production after 2025, and in longer-term perspective are lithium sulfur batteries and sodium-ion batteries. Well, they are smaller and lighter. So they are more important for automotive industry. Whereas moving about the subject of nickel, lithium and cobalt, I wanted to ask your attention at extraction and demand. Lithium is one of most strategic raw materials. In this perspective, it is at a very high geopolitical risk. It is excavated in 85%, as far as I remember, by 3 or 4 countries, whereas regarding recycling, its level today is at about 3% in positive situation. As we may notice, excavation goes mainly in China, Chile and Australia, whereas the refinery, over 50% of it being in China. We may also watch a significant increase of demand for lithium. And here, this element is really strategic from this perspective. If we look at the question, I wanted to ask your attention at one thing, because when I was looking for various materials, I asked myself whether the given critical raw materials can be used as a political tool for various types of pressure. And I found information about Rosatom company, who recently won a tender for excavation of lithium in Bolivia. They want to achieve up to 25,000 tons of lithium until 2027. Currently, Russia is importing 9,000 tons from Chile and Argentina, whereas from their own territories, unfortunately, I didn't find time data, but it is 45,000 tons of lithium carbide, and in Russian official information, Russia wants to obtain 25,000 tons, and it may be even 397,000 tons of lithium carbide up to 2040. And if Russia goes in this direction, these prospects may be actually very misled, very wrong, because excavation demand and supply will be increasing, but energy, European Agency of Energy foresees that until 2050 it may grow from 1.3 to 2.4 million tons of lithium annually. If we take 1.3, the lower borderline, and we recognize that perhaps it will be possible for Russia to obtain almost 400,000 tons of lithium, all of a sudden they will get 30% of market in lithium alone. Regarding cobalt, cobalt is also a strategic raw material, and here let me try to very quickly go through these slides. Also, excavation is almost monopolized by Democratic Republic of Congo, and the risk is slightly lower regarding delivery chain. Regarding to lithium, in relation to lithium, but it is still very high. We may notice that increased demand for cobalt is still growing until 2050, regardless the forecasts. Same with nickel, but smaller geopolitical risk. Renewability is also very low, whereas we have practically monopolists in excavation and refining. Demand for nickel is increasing, but around 20 2040, roughly, it is getting stabilized. Therefore, I would like to present data here that cost of production of batteries being related to delivery chains, supply chains. So, for example, in case of lithium, for example, there is political pressure exerted or supply chains are broken, then prices of batteries may be increasing. But today, the trend that the battery is due to technological maturity, the prices start dropping today. Per kilowatt hour, it's practically about 130 to 150 dollars per kilowatt hour, and 14 years ago it was about 1,000. And it is assumed that, at about the year 2025, the price may drop. As the prices of batteries will be dropping, possibly prices of electric cars will drop perhaps as well. For Tesla 3 costing $40,000, the price of the battery is about 40% of the price of the car, and similarly for Nissan Leaf. And I wanted to ask your special attention at our continent, the question of EU, because Fit for 55 and the Green Deal introduced a certain rule that after 2035, with some small exceptions, we will not be able to buy cars with combustion engines, but in the whole supply chain, critical raw materials are of key importance. The act was issued in 2024, in March this year, and it assumes obtaining critical raw materials. Well, there are 34 critical raw materials, and the act is to increase and diversify supply of critical raw materials in the EU, strengthen the closed circuit, including recycling, and is to support tests and innovations. An interesting point, I can tell you that recently Serbia decided to allow excavation of lithium and selling lithium from their territory, and there are new discoveries of lithium in Europe. I guess it was Czech Republic recently. And here we have 34 critical raw materials, including nickel and cobalt, included by European Union. Ending my input, I wanted to highlight that this is a topic of key importance and very strategic for the future, not only for automotive industry, but critical raw materials, rare earth metals, light or heavy. These are raw materials which are in energy transformation, but also in space industry or defense industry. Well, thank you for your kind attention. I would also like to thank you and all panelists, for all speakers, for extremely fruitful discussion, presentation of their topics. Due to time pressing on us, we do not have much time for questions. So if somebody from the audience would like to ask a question, you are most welcome now. As nobody happens to have questions, so thanks for the time devoted by Mrs. speakers, and of course taking into account the new trend, a prize has been prepared for the best speaker. And the best speaker of this panel for green energy and energy security of Poland is Mr. Filip Ferenc. Thank you. So, once again, great thanks to all panelists, and I hope that we will meet in a similar discussion next year.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy. Szanowni Państwo, i w tym momencie już nasza konferencja, 9. edycja Konferencji Naukowej Bezpieczeństwo Energetyczne, Filary i Perspektywa Rozwoju dobiega końca. Drodzy Państwo, szanowni internauci, bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy. Za nami 2 dni intensywnych dyskusji, panele plenarne, panele tematyczne, wiele bardzo ciekawych wniosków, bardzo ciekawe dyskusje. Jeżeli miałbym podsumować dosłownie w kilku zdaniach rzeczy, które zostały przez te 2 dni przedyskutowane, to myślę, że można dojść do kilku wniosków. Po pierwsze, bezpieczeństwo energetyczne jest takim zagadnieniem, które nie tylko wymaga analizy od strony stricte bezpieczeństwa, czy też transformacji energetycznej, która jest pewnym procesem, z którą spotykamy się na co dzień, ale to, co zostało zapoczątkowane w pierwszych panelach tegorocznej konferencji, a więc elastyczność, to jest coś, co nie tylko jest wyzwaniem, ale i potrzebą, zarówno pod kątem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego w dobie dynamicznie zmieniających się uwarunkowań, ale też i rynku, bo tak jak widzimy dzisiaj, na rynku cały czas zmieniają się pewne elementy dotyczące ceny, dotyczące nowych wyzwań klimatycznych, które zwiększają lub obniżają tak zwane ryzyko inwestycyjne, przez co powodują, że cały czas musimy w sposób właśnie elastyczny o to bezpieczeństwo energetyczne dbać. Widzimy, że za chwilę będą magazyny na energię elektryczną. One jeszcze bardziej zwiększą tą elastyczność. Więc to jest też coś, co wybrzmiało w naszej dyskusji na wielu panelach. Po drugie, drodzy Państwo, wydaje się, że to, co będzie fundamentem w dalszym ciągu bezpieczeństwa energetycznego, ale wymaga coraz większej ochrony, jest właśnie infrastruktura o znaczeniu strategicznym, infrastruktura krytyczna. I tutaj była ona przedmiotem wielu paneli, wielu dyskusji. Były to spojrzenia ze strony biznesu, ze strony administracji, ze strony nauki, ale też i młodego pokolenia, co bardzo cieszy. Natomiast wnioski, do jakich możemy dojść, są takie, że ta infrastruktura krytyczna, ta agresja, to już nie tylko agresja fizyczna, to już nie tylko agresja cybernetyczna, ale to będzie również agresja hybrydowa lub również różnego rodzaju akcje dywersyjne czy też zagrożenia informacyjne. Tych zagrożeń jest coraz więcej, ten katalog się poszerza i on również, drodzy Państwo, oddziaływuje na bezpieczeństwo energetyczne państwa, ale też i na cenę, ponieważ oddziaływuje również na tak zwane koszty ryzyka inwestycyjnego. Trzecia rzecz, która wydaje się też bardzo ciekawa z punktu widzenia wniosków, jest to, że nie uciekniemy od Europejskiego Zielonego Ładu, nie uciekniemy od zrównoważonego rozwoju i to był też taki wątek, który w tych panelach nam się pojawiał. Ta perspektywa transformacji energetycznej, Europejski Zielony Ład, wyzwania związane z dyrektywą RED III, elementy dotyczące dostosowania dzisiejszej struktury bilansu energetycznego. My potrzebujemy nie tylko paliw alternatywnych, ale my potrzebujemy dekarbonizacji gospodarki. Potrzebujemy konkurencyjnej ceny energii dla przemysłu, tak aby tworzyć miejsca pracy, aby zachowywać tą konkurencję zarówno wewnątrz Unii Europejskiej, ale też względem rywalizacji światowej. Czwarty wniosek, jaki się pojawia, mieliśmy panele natowskie, które też pokazały, że my potrzebujemy coraz bardziej wzmacniać tak zwane natowskie resilience.
We need to strengthen the NATO resilience, energy resistance in critical infrastructure, but also work and supply. There are points where raw materials start moving towards recipients and they are attacked by pirates and various forces trying to disturb them, and these actually make delays in supply, influencing price and stability of supply. So geoeconomical interests are more and more distributed. They are not limited to neighbors. As we talked to in one of panels, when we want to diversify sources of supply, well, it's today's panel of the Baltic Sea basin. It is not that simple that we will only and solely provide for ourselves interconnector on the border between Germany and Czech Republic. But if we think of Italy, well, all through the delivery chain, supply chain, all the conclusions could be recalled many more. Not all panels are managed to directly hear all panels today. You participants and internauts had the possibility to move about them easily, but the final conclusion is that we, dear ladies and gentlemen, have not exhausted this topic. Energy security in the time of changing external conditions is so dynamic a process that further work for sure should be continued, and there is no doubt about it, both at the level of state administration, energy companies which also modify their strategies, but also scientists who thus have what to do, experts, students, and I hope ending this theme that this conference has become, or I hope it has become for you a source of inspiration to perhaps for some themes, things, lines which you grasp during these discussions, maybe in the foyer, maybe in various elements around this conference, that they will become a source of inspiration for you for further work. Dear ladies and gentlemen, here I would also like, would like to thank very kindly not only all guests, not only all participants of this year's conference, but also the whole team. I have the honor and pleasure to be heading the organization committee of the 9th edition of the conference, Energy Security Pillars and Prospects for Development. Our committee is very broad, comprising many people who all through the year keep working for us to be able to meet again after a year with you, and I wanted to specially thank Madam Professor Agnieszka Stec. I wanted to thank Dr. Artur Stec, Dr. Sławomir Stec, and I would also like to thank Madam Dr. Beata Piotrowska, and very kindly thanking the graduate students who not only worked with us over the recent days, but also, I would dare say, over the recent months. Both Mr. Norbert Drążek and great thanks to Maciej Mrozowski and Daniel Wieliczka and Filip Ferenc. Here, the whole lot of students who actually have been working not only on this edition, but they also worked on earlier editions of this conference. And here, ladies and gentlemen, I could keep specifying names. The list would be definitely longer. To all of you, to all those whom I specified, not specified, well, being tired, maybe I skipped somebody, but the photographers here for 9 years, Arek Surowiec is with us. Thank you very much, Adam Frączak on transmission. Thanks to what we can see each other online. Witold Gawlik and Marian Żerkiewicz, the second photographer. Well, great thanks to everybody, and the team is very large, so very kind thanks to all of you. And here I invite you and those people on the internet are kindly invited to the 10th conference of energy security in autumn 2025. Once again, great thanks to all of you, and hereby I consider this conference closed. Thank you very much.
Odnawialne źródła energii to młoda, ale jedna z najprężniej rozwijających się gałęzi gospodarki. Moduły fotowoltaiczne instalowane są codziennie nie tylko na dachach tysięcy domów jednorodzinnych, ale też mogą zostać bezpośrednio zintegrowane z budynkiem, tworząc na przykład jego fasadę. Jednym z pionierów tej branży na polskim rynku jest firma ML System z Zaczernia koło Rzeszowa.